You'll finally get that 6-7, 6-7. And what happens when you win 6-7, 6-7? So you found a game a little bit ago, 50 hours in it. Oxygen not included. I mean, that's a game that I played the early access of. I don't like that game. It's not difficulty in the way I like difficulty. It's a fantastic game. I just no interest in it. Trust the algorithm. The algorithm is designed to screw you over the second you're vulnerable. Anyway, Longdeath. Let's hit year 400 today, shall we? I think we can do that after work, right as I start the video game. We'll see you when we see you, Taylor. So we're in the 7th of Galena, late summer, 398. 34 dwarves in the fort. Named dwarves currently are Pilot, Dragon, Letharticus, Lilem Katsu, Anonymous, Anthony, the Skoid, Malden, Mar, Merc, Red Octobear, Hoshan, Cussy, Bloodcat 17, Diamond Destruct, the sequel, Massive, Volleylol, Tygo, Zindros, Stone, Kravicus, Quovenair, Rory, Blue Space Weeb, Paranoid Metroid, Whitcode, Zetsuki, Do It, Taleby, Gibbles, Arch, Jimmy Tibby, Wogarden, Disco, Do It, DeBerries, Banana, and Navy. How long has Longdeath been going? Oh, how has Longdeath been going? It's been going fine. We've had a few bits where like moods got weird, on and off, but it's been okay. Arch Crystal creator Sethados said the game started getting really buggy at about year 450. So we're getting real close to the point where Arch Crystal kind of keeled over and had to be retired and ended. And I'm a little bit... So I'm being cautiously optimistic going forward because I haven't run into any of the bugs that he started running into around this point either. So, you know. Kumi is hello. Good lunch, dwarves? As in, like, you're eating lunch and watching dwarves. Sounds like a pretty good way to spend your lunch. So that's currently where we're at. I've got a couple sort of moody merchants, but there isn't too much I can do about them, unfortunately. We still have the king, who's still massive, and he's currently demanding 3 crutches and 3 picks. But the king is 149 years old, which means every spring he could die, basically, starting next year. So we may be getting close-ish to the end of the rule of this king. Unfortunately for this king, he will not rule in the year 420. Barry on Sunday. I have no idea what that is. Had such a great scene in the show there, 98% on Rotten Tomatoes. The streaming network exclusive was canceling it 24 hours after 24 hours because the algorithm said to. What? You haven't seen very much of this fort at all. I don't think there's any necromancers in this world, Rainbow Ducky, because we started it so early. And one of the experiments of this world was parts of the overworld are supposed to be actively moving and expanding post like 2 updates ago, but nobody had really played a world long enough to see it actually happen. And goblins have expanded. Both of the dwarven civs have expanded. The elves kind of haven't. The humans have, and no necromancer towers have formed. So no, there's no necromancers in this world, to my knowledge. Which I'm totally fine with. That's not the point of this fortress. There would be no benefit to having necromancers. There's also, like, no combat in this world. So, I mean, there is a war going on, but from Legends, it's essentially just the dwarves send combat donkeys once a year or so with maybe, like, a soldier leading it, and then they fight with, like, 2 goblins, and then they leave. It's more like ritualistic, like, annual combat at this point. It's not really like an all-out war. Kind of hasn't been for ever, really. But yeah, I have no idea what Barry on Sunday is. Never even heard of this. But, I mean, shows getting canceled because algorithms said that the retention time isn't good enough. Yeah, that checks out. That happens. that definitely happens. But yeah, it's gonna be a weird couple of months for my stream now because of the side streaming thing that I have now. It gives me a little bit more freedom because it loosens up my budget a little bit. It's nice having some guaranteed money coming in, but at the same time, it's like, still need to grow the YouTube, still need to grow the Twitch stream. So it's gonna be a weird couple of months, and I'm gonna have to kind of figure out where to go going forward and keep things working and functioning, you know, for this stream and all that. So it's a little strange, but it should be interesting, I think. Should be interesting. All that being said, we do still need to fill up those leaderboards. It only costs 1 penny to get number 1 on the leaderboard. Just saying. But as far as Longdeath goes, Longdeath has been trucking along. Like, Longdeath really hasn't run into anything that's, like, caused it major problems in recent memory. It's just, I'm trying to get past that 500-year mark, which is admittedly going to take me a while at the speed that we've been going, because I only play Longdeath about once a week now, right? For about 6 hours, which is about 1.5 to 2 years in game, which really isn't that much time. So because I don't really play Longdeath as long as I used to, actually, like, working my way through building this fort is a very slow process. So, I mean, it's been slow. We've completed several mega projects. We're working on several mega projects. The most notable one that we're working on is this giant open hole down here, which is going to be a magma obsidian printer. But I need all of these boulders to be gone. And I'd say we're through about 60% of them, just eyeballing it. Like, it's damn close to empty compared to where it was. I need all of these boulders and bits of ore to be gone. So I need all of this silver ore, or rather galena ore, which is lead and silver, as well as native silver. It's like a mixture of the two. Yeah, silver nuggets and lead and silver ore. And I need all of this granite and all of this gabbro to be gone. And there is a lot of granite, a lot of gabbro down here. There's also some mudstone and some other things. So I need all of the stones to be cleaned up, and I need all of the metal ore to be gone. Once all of that's, I mean, I have thousands of silver in this fort, so that's not such a huge deal. Once I have all of this cleared out, then we can start dumping lava into here and then dumping water on top of it, and that'll be a blast. But, you know, I've already got all the reservoirs and everything set up here. This is going to be filled up with water with the pull of one lever. Then we're going to pump lava into it with the pull of a few other levers, although I'm probably going to have to rebuild the whole system because I can't remember what lever pulls what anymore. But, yeah, it'll be a fun... It'll be a fun excursion when that is ready. So that's kind of like the main thing that we've been working on, and that'll probably take us, at the rate that we're going, I would guess maybe another 15 to 30 years in game, which is about another 10 streams, about 10 weeks, maybe more. I shouldn't do time estimates. The early episodes have proven that I shouldn't do time estimates. Something that I do think is interesting, though, is the early episodes of Longdeath on YouTube have gotten more popular as of late. As I've been streaming less, episode 1 of Longdeath has almost doubled in weekly views. Like, episode 1 of Longdeath right now is getting about 150 views every 48 hours, which about 3 months ago, it was getting about 30. So that's kind of interesting. More people have been watching Longdeath on YouTube, essentially. So that's kind of neat. Maybe it's just recommendeds coming from other things, but I don't know. So that's kind of neat. The humans have arrived with their annual tributes, who are still bringing us tributes. Both of the human factions who still bring us tributes. Wow, you're moving real fast this time. That's neat. When you get back, you're going to ask why the clearing is taking so long. There's a lot of it, and I don't want to just demolish it. which is why. Thinking of starting a new RimWorld playthrough? I mean, there's never been a better time. There's actually a game that's kind of similar to RimWorld, which I was going to try, and then didn't. Stone, we've got tributes from the group of Soaring for the year 398. 25 iron arrows. That's why they were moving so fast. That explains a lot. I almost... I was going to either stream it or put up some videos on YouTube about it, and then I received an email saying, "Hey, the music that we licensed for this game is getting copyright strike claims on YouTube and Twitch, so maybe don't stream it." And so I didn't. But the game's called Clan Folk, with a C. Clan Folk. Looks kind of neat. Kinda neat. You wonder what the other guys have? Probably more than that, if I were to guess. Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay. For a second there, I thought the sizing was off. It's not. Well, they're leading a horse. There's at the very least some sort of trap component. That's what the thing on top is a trap component. It's like a spiky iron ball or a disc or something. But chat room, what have you guys been playing? What have you guys been up to over the weekend? Did you guys have a fun weekend? Like I said, I spent quite a bit of time outside. Ah, yes, large serrated silver disc. As well as 3 llama wool bags. And some quicklime. Well, that's nice of them. I mean, if you're playing RimWorld without mods in the current year, are you actually playing RimWorld? Like, let's be honest. You went to a pub for someone's birthday? Was it fun? Did you have a good time? Sounds pretty chill, dude. Boating on the lake and hanging out is always a good time. When me and my dad went out drinking for his birthday a couple weeks ago, I mean, Unexplored isn't it isn't a roguelike, but very good game. Unexplored or Unexplored 2? But not a roguelike, unfortunately. You think that what's it called? The knockoff is a good emote. I mean, Stone drew it themselves. Which means I could also give Stone an artist badge if they want, but... But yeah, that's been on my... Well, not the first one, but the second one's been on my to-do list for a little bit. That game's very heavily inspired by Brogue in regards to Unexplored. I want to play the second one when it gets a full release. But neat little run-based dungeon crawler, for sure. Pinnacle of modern art. Well, what I'll say is the same thing that I told Stone. I need follower emotes. That's 3 of 2 pages? Wait, what do you mean? Oh my god. Yeah, you're not wrong. That is a big tribute. Jeez. But anyway, what I told Stone last week is if you make a crappy MS Paint or equivalent copy of one of my emotes, or just a crappy emote that would fit the theme of the channel, and you send it to me via Discord, I will consider making it into a follower emote. And kind of my plan is to just cycle them out occasionally. Because I can't, well, thanks to Russia invading countries and global sanctions, I can't pay my artist for more emotes, but I have follower emotes. So if you want to make an emote that is kind of, well, fits the channel's theme and or style, I will credit you with the emote. So naturally, Stone made a knockoff of blank. But if you want to make like I don't know, another emote that would fit the channel, you are welcome to do that. King still needs one more crutch, and then King will be happy. Until King demands more crutches. Which will be soon. 5 grapes. 5 individual grapes, yes. They ate the other 72 on the way there. It's like the rest of their lunch that they didn't finish. You know what? Let's cut native silver. You know, maybe not. Let's just smelt some. The assignment was bad MS Paint version? Yes. You know, technically, when it says 5 spinach leaves, it's not like 5 individual leaves. It's a bundle of leaves, right? So it's like, it's 1 unit of that. So when it says 5 units of grapes, 5 units of grapes could probably fill a barrel pretty close to in Dwarf. So it's not like an individual grape. It's multiples of grapes. It's more than 1 grape, okay? The dwarves aren't getting scammed that heavily. Let's play some more statues. I think that's something we're going to do today, too. You like the notion of just, like, 5 individual grapes? Well, it's really funny when it's, like, 1 sand. Like, 1 red sand. Not a white sand, a red sand, and there's only 1 of them. A serving of grape? Yeah. I do enjoy me a delicious serving of grape sometimes. I love how this is the one where they all ended up in. And the outpost liaison has arrived. From the looks of things. An odd place to stand. And a caravan has arrived. Well, looks like it's time for me to cancel all those construction jobs I just queued up and sell some clothing. I don't actually have that much clothing to sell. That's shocking. Let's sell... You know what? Let's just do this instead. Sell all my lead statues. Kind of curious if my dwarves can even get there. Let's... yeah. Yeah. Sure. Let's see if the dwarves can actually carry those statues. I'm actually really curious. It's going to take a little bit. But yeah, I could see why you'd find the notion entertaining. Also, these are grapes compared to dwarves, so they're much bigger. I don't like those massive grapes. I haven't had grapes the size of a golf ball, but the bigger the grape, I feel like the less I'm interested in it. I like a small grape. Those bigger grapes are very useful for juicing, but I don't know if I'd necessarily want to eat one, like just straight. But something I gotta say, chat, is thank you very much, everybody, for like tuning in and swinging by and saying hello. You know, it is nice to have an audience of people that tune in and watch me play weird games like this. So, thank you. Cheers. But yeah, Pigfinite. I've been meaning to play Unexplored 2. So as soon as that thing gets its full release, whenever that actually happens, that is something I've been meaning to play. Yeah, when's that thing's release date for its final? Oh wow, on the 27th of this month. Fancy that. I need to go see who has keys for that. I'm gonna actually poke. my team and ask. Because that's out this Friday, which means I could do that next week, theoretically. That'd be fun. Also, something else I need to figure out is we need to figure out what I'm doing for my birthday stream, or more specifically, what I'm going to raise money for, because June 3rd is my birthday, and that's a Friday. And every year on my birthday, I stream for a reasonable amount of time, and we raise money for charity. Last year, we did Doctors Without Borders. The year before, we did JDRF. I need to figure out what charity I'm raising money for this year. And I also need a list of terrible tile sets. So if you want to make a terrible tile set, make me a terrible tile set now so that I have a terrible tile set for my birthday. Because the way we do this is every single X amount of dollars I raise, we swap to a new terrible tile set. You'll surely get caught up on VODs then? Oh, absolutely, Space Pirate. I mean, I'm not going to do it multiple times a week. Terrible tile set. Yes, you heard me. You want to make an awful tile set all like with like 10-second MS Paint squibbles? Make me a terrible tile set and I will play it. You could even make terrible colors for the terrible tile set too if you wanted to go along with it. But I need bad tile sets / meme tile sets / tile set that look cool that are also hard to use. As in 69 Fahrenheit? Not just nice there. Because like that's, you could just like make your life much easier and be like, hi, I'm back, it's nice here. That's the nice thing about Celsius, is you never have to worry about the temperature being nice. If it's nice outside, that means that it's so hot that you're gonna die. And also the sky's on fire, probably. Or you're just in an oven. But yeah, we're gonna be doing I'm gonna be doing my best to do some extra streams throughout June, because end of June, the last week of June, I will be gone. I will be going to Quebec. So, you know. All right, well, I've now applied for a key. Where's that game? 69C is definitely nice. I haven't been in a sauna in a very, 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 very long time. Also, I just asked for a key for Unexplored 2. Well, that's not necessarily true. Longdeath will at some point die. It hasn't died yet. Maybe it never dies, but it hasn't died yet. I'm still waiting for somebody to make a Longdeath wiki. Will happen one day. But yeah, no, so yeah, with my birthday coming up, I need to figure out what charity I'm gonna raise money for. That is the biggest thing that I need to figure out, is what charity I'm going to raise funds for. I could just make my life easy for myself and just like go with Project Hope, but could also go with Doctors Without Borders or juvenile diabetes again. It actually doesn't matter so much to me. But we'll be raising money for charity on my birthday, which is June 3rd. But the week up till that, you'll get 3 normal streams, although the Tuesday stream next week is going to be a little short because Tuesday next week I'm going to a concert that evening. Which wasn't originally supposed to be on that day. It's been delayed like 5 times since, you know. But yeah, so that's kind of what I've been putting the majority of my thinking and planning into is that. And then aside from that, it's just prepping for when I will be gone for a week at the end of June. But currently, because I just bought a new stylus for the record player, I think tomorrow I'm going to put a tip goal up on the stream. Because I got to pay for that new stylus. Let's do that, and that. We're buying fancy colored yellow and pink and purple blocks for the big pattern on the surface. I'm going to be doing more patterns throughout the layers eventually. I was kind of thinking about like drawing a star in between the statues on the coffin layer because I think that would be fun. I'm kind of surprised they can actually carry all of this weight. This is a very heavy thing of stuff. Thing of stuff. That's what I just said. We'll see how many statues they can carry. Trying to get rid of some lead. I just discovered a hotkey that I didn't know existed in Discord. Shift, enter, starts a conversation very quickly. Seem to have train wagon capabilities. You can sell huge amounts of furniture, no problem. Huge amounts of furniture made of lead. Like, I don't know what 680 palm trees is in kilograms, but I'm assuming it's not nothing. I am assuming it is not nothing. Considering so many dwarves are having to haul these lead statues. They heavy. This much is true. But, you know, I'm just kind of wambling because I don't know what else to talk about. I'm trying to think of other things that I did over the weekend that are actually interesting to the stream. It's like, yeah, I spent 4 hours on Saturday ripping up tulips and planting plants, but that's not the most interesting thing to talk about. If it was Stardew Valley, chat would be super enthused by this. I had somebody ask me when I was talking about gardening yesterday, why I don't just play Stardew Valley, and it's because like, because I don't like, you know, any of the dating side of Stardew. I don't like most of the gameplay of Stardew, but what I do like is actually hanging out in a garden in the sun, sticking my hands in dirt. That's actually a pleasant thing to do. Not playing Stardew is also a pleasant thing to do. But, you know, chat room, if you're lurking in the stream, could I get a round of beers? Just curious about how many people are listening right now. Gotta keep the chat awake. Be honest, how many of you guys are just like scribbling terrible emotes right now? Yes, but then I still have to play Stardew. It's not just the dating I dislike. That's just the first thing I go to as the main thing I dislike, Animal. That's just the very big standout feature that I don't like. The easiest one to point at, just throwing something together. Another one? Do I have to credit you for another emote in a few minutes? Easy? That's what they say. Staples Business Depot. Also, you're a Rushlock sub? I didn't know that. Fun fact, before Halcyon Frequency was founded, Bellinair was in a stream team with Rushlock. The Romantics. That existed at one point. Something else I may want. Oh, I see. You're throwing together a shitty tile set. That's what you're doing. Happy Pills, I got several questions. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I love the concept of, in that reality, I have 11 arms? Why not 12? Why can't my hands be symmetrical? Also, how many different thumbs ups from me did you have to, like, screenshot? Because, like, the thumbs at a different, like, these are different. Are they not? Wait, are those all, those are all the same one. Are these all the same one? I'm so confused. Well, can I tweet that out? Just asking for permission before I use your artwork on a thing. You're gonna check to make sure that they're all the same one. Let's trade with these dwarves again. How many more lead statues are coming? I think that's all of them. Sweet. Well done, dwarves. No, it's fine. I like the only 11 thumbs ups, so. There's a tweet if you want to retweet it. If you want me to credit you, let me know and I'll respond to the tweet with credit. I'm trying to figure out what the thing above it is. What is this? They say that you edited it from the original source. I don't know what this is, so. That a gremlin doing something? I can't tell. Got more statues coming in to be placed. I think today we'll make more statues. We'll work on that, but we're also smelting so much native silver. Need to make silver something. Maybe just like 100 silver warhammers. Because that's almost all silver. And all of this... Oops, I'm going down, not up. All of this up here is silver that needs to go. So I need this galena and silver ore removed from up here. We got items being stored in stockpiles on both sides. Oh, that's it. So it's a very strong gremlin. I getcha. I getcha. That's like almost new profile pic material. Diamond. Just so that you're aware. Someone needs to award Diamond with a subscription to the channel for that wondrous artwork because Streamer needs to pay for a record stylist that he just replaced this morning. Or purchased a replacement for this morning. This little dwarf Navy. How you doing? Navy was quite depressed for a bit, and then we made him into a bard. He seems to be a lot happier with his life. Although he still doesn't really like retching and miasma and keeps on remembering it, which is unfortunate. But does feel pleasure after remembering a sparring session because he is in the Navy, or in the military, I guess. Which is why he's basically unbreakable, indefatigable, mighty, and agile and rarely sick. Personally, he does find sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and sees artful speech and eloquence as wasteful form of deliberate deception and treats it as such and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of debate and strife and has mastered a skill. You're going to make a bad AI-generated tile set? I actually applied to an AI art program beta just out of, like, dumb curiosity. You always wanted to be a singer? Let's see how good you are at singing. I could tell you that. Combat labor. You're an adequate reader, but you're rusty. You're a proficient musician, in fact, and a competent singer. You've dabbled in string instruments, and you're a novice percussionist. You are dabbling with the rallyro and the gelum and the lular, and you're quite good at dabbling with the Keurig. Unrelated to the coffee maker, Keurig. You know various songs. You are a novice at the satin of rhyming. The umber sweetness you're dabbling in. The mirth of tresses you're dabbling in. However, you're quite skilled in the poet of phrases. So, there you go. Please don't do that. So here's kind of my limit on the bad tile sets. I need the text, like the alphabet, to be normal. Otherwise, it won't be played for very long. If the alphabet isn't in there as per normal, I won't play it for very long. It'll be maybe 5 minutes. Otherwise, I will just stop playing it pretty quick. So if you want me to play it for an extended period of time, leave the text intact. That, or I will just hit F12 and go to the default text. Because, like, I need the game to, at the very least, be playable. If I wanted to make a tile set that was unplayable, I could do that. That's not fun. But for my birthday, which is June 3rd, where we're going to be raising money for charity, I want dumb meme tile sets, but they have to be playable. That is the requirement. Like, they can be an eyesore. They can be very samey and difficult to look at. They can be, like, a picture of my face. It can be body horror where, like, all the walls are made of teeth and everything is flesh. I don't care. It could just be, like, the word moist on everything and pictures of cupcakes that are nice and moist. I don't know. It could be, like, a very gross or weird-looking tile set as long as it, 1, doesn't get me banned, and 2, has text so that it's playable. As long as it has those 2 requirements, we good. Like, if everything's a dick, I'm not going to use it. There already is I already have a tile set that's just a picture of my face, actually. I already have a tile set that is literally just a picture of my face. Hello, Pink Fluffy Llama. Thank you for tuning into the sneaky hyper strange stream yesterday. Much appreciated. Dong awareness tile set? I mean, that's just giant ASCII art, right? Unfortunately, I don't think the world is still aware of Dong, because I think Dong awareness got bored after like 6 months of doing that shit. Rest in peace. Somebody's, what's it called? Pandemic hobby got old, I think. But what you been up to, Pink Fluffy Llama? How's your hamster? How's the houseplants? I got to get reminded to water your eggplant. Are you making an emoji tile set, Animal? Because that would be fine. Okay, so speaking of emoji tile sets, there's a roguelike on Steam that what's the word I'm looking for here? Is all emojis. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. Called Parasite, but like it's all emojis. It actually looks kind of neat. Like if you look at the like what the game actually is, it's an open world sandbox survival set in a horror set in a modern city. You play as a parasite that possesses human hosts and exploit and evolve them to help you survive in a hostile world. But everything is emojis. Which is kind of funny. So it's like, it's this horror game, and it's like survival horror. It's like, but everything's in emojis. So like, how scary can it really be? But people seem to like it. Like it seems neat. Yeah, and the Emoji Movie, definitely not, you know, the award-winning Korean movie named Parasite of the same title. Definitely not that. Absolutely not. I mean, I had the swearing turned up yesterday, if that's what you're commenting on. Why were you playing it with the swearing turned down? Because that's on you. Yeah, it was up to the maximum. Set on heavy. There's somebody in the community garden plot that's growing eggplants. Animal. So they actually have to water their eggplant. Nope. Well, I think I turned off the idle quips, but that's just because they got annoying to me. You were really tired yesterday? That's fair. It's so weird doing a stream that's shorter than this stream's intro is usually. Hi, FG. How are you? What brings you here on this fine, not quite afternoon for me? Evening for you, I would assume. Or late afternoon. What is up? FG is here. Hide the puns. FG was putting puns in her title the other day, which I would qualify as probably a crime in our world, but also I respect it. So just know that someone might be ashamed, but just having a chill day after going to the vet with the cat and getting car sick. Wait, who got the car sick? You or the cat? But that traveling with cats in a car is unpleasant. Both? Waves too fast, you're not that energetic. Well, I mean, that's you used FGS a go-go, not like, you know, something not something chill like this. You know, it's kind of funny. Like I've been looking, I look at other channels like wave emotes and animated emotes, and they're all like so spazzy and crazy. It's like, I guess I've got Crypt Blah, which is kind of intense, but all of my emotes are just like, you know, it's like a light animation. Oh, FG, have you seen my follower emote? Which is Crypt Knockoff. Which Stone drew. Stone drew it themselves. So, we now have Crypt Knockoff, which is a glorious knockoff. So I basically have an open offer to anybody watching this stream. If you can draw an emote that either fits like the theme of my emotes or is a ripoff of one of my emotes in MS Paint and send it to me, I will make it into an emote and credit you with it. So I'm basically just community making my follower emotes because screw like trying to figure out how to send cooler cryptocurrency and also screw paying people. So and instead of doing that and going like the professional artist route, we're community sourcing this. So if somebody wants to open up MS Paint and doodle for 30 minutes and send me a JPEG or a PNG, I will make it into an emote. Heck, it could be just a picture of your face if you want it. And animal's just like, on it, gotta help. Hell yeah. But yeah, so we've got one. We just need like We've got space for 4 more, and my idea is I will rotate them out as they appear. The only request is that you don't steal things from anything. So if it's just like an asset from something, I don't want it. Or if it's like, if it looks good, I don't want it. I only want them if they look terrible. Besides, they'll never leave this channel, so you don't have to be embarrassed publicly by it. But yeah, so that's something that we're doing here. That, and I think Diamond deserves an award for this, partially because of how low quality this image is. Like, I love that I can see all of the pixels. Like, this almost looks like something that you would download on the internet in, like, 2001. My favorite part about it is that I have 11 arms in that image. Not 12, like they're not even even. It's cursed? I mean, I do dumb thumbs up all the time. Like, parts. That's just what I do. Thumbs up. Bap! I'm actually surprised I haven't fat thumbed the wrong button too many times because I redid all my hotkeys the other day. That was an accident, but it works out great, so it was intended. Naturally. Naturally. Okay. So Gita Jackson over at Motherboard changed their Twitter handle to Italian Elon Musk. Shoutouts to Gita. One of the few games journalists who can write competently about Dwarf Fortress. Was one of the few games journalists who actually plays Dwarf Fortress. I think I'm gonna clear out some space in here. This area is way too cramped. I've been like way too annoying about like keeping this area super uniform and circular, and you know what? I don't think it's worth it. Yes, they used to work at Kotaku, but she is at Motherboard now. Around the time everybody else at Kotaku left. Kotaku, like, is the biggest mixed bag of written word about video games on the internet. Like, sometimes it's great. Majority of the time it's god-awful. And there's, like, no in-between. Like, every now and again there will be an article on Kotaku that's like, damn, that was actually, like, really well-researched, really well written, very thought-provoking, and just a good a good piece of writing. But the more often than not, it's like, wow, that was a waste of, like, digital space. You recognize the name? What, Gita Jackson? I mean, the last few times she wrote about Dwarf Fortress was on Kotaku, too. Yeah, I mean, some of the best journalists in games used to be at Kotaku. None of them are there anymore for many reasons. Many reasons. Apparently investments are open again. If you want to invest your tickets. Let's go with the 666 again. Did well for me last time. But FG, now that you've made it through another trip around the sun, any hopes for this next year? Any major goals that you're trying to achieve? I always like take note on like what I did in the previous year on my birthday. It's kind of like my own personal New Year instead of like New Year's, because everybody's like, "Yo, New Year's resolutions." I'm like, well, Birthday. That makes more sense because that's actually like the reset of the year for my brain instead of like New Year's, which is just a day that exists. Publications on the internet go through cycles? No. Publications on the internet form, have good writing, get readers, and then get bought, and then get turned into content mills. You're sending a thing in sub-Discord. What are you sending me? Okay. Well, I'm just going to immediately save that and then delete it from sub-Discord. And then upload that as an emote, so hopefully as few people saw that as possible. I'm going to call it, like, Blurk. Get your brain sorted out? What, like, go get therapy? That's a legitimate goal for the next year, if that's what you're referring to. I feel like everybody needs their brain sorted out professionally to a degree. Hold on, do I have a emote that starts with a B? No, I don't. Too many. Let's go with... Found it. And then I need to give it accreditation. Animal 104. There you go. Sent you the pending accreditation. Damn, Stone. Once again. I went with Plurk. I could rename it to Flurk, but Plurk seems better. But I should be playing DF because in the background, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. It took you, like, way too long to show up, but... We're going to ask you for Brass. Electrum. But yeah, chat, if you refresh, there's a new follower emote, or there should be. Need Black Bronze. There you go. I look forward to our meeting next year, Taylor. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Going to refresh this, and we're going to try this out. There you go. There's our newest follower emote. Excellent. Not bad. I can see the resemblance. Not bad, sir. Not bad. So now you're officially a accredited artist on Twitch. How does that make you feel, Animal? Of course, it can only be used in this channel specifically. However, I think it's pretty fantastic. I'm gonna take a real quick toilet break because apparently I need to pee. Back in a sec, and then I think I'm gonna stand the desk up. Animal, you're already a king. Come on. Also, screw the standing thing. We'll do that later. I stood up and was like, ow, my knees. You prefer gelatin to guillotine? You need to make like a gelatin brand and call it guillotine. Gelatin. And just spell it the same way as guillotine. Maybe like removing E or something. Have a little guillotine cutting it in half. Yeah, I mean, you literally have a crown, you know? You're still one of the highest, like, bit cheers of all time in this channel. Either number 2 or number 3. Can't remember. Navy might have passed you. But, like, you know, you're still pretty much a king here. If not a king, then at the very least, like, a high-ranking duke. Or knight or something. But quite literally, like, your badge checks out, so thus you have to be a king. Deadly candy shaped like skulls. I mean, they make those on Halloween already. Candy shaped like skulls. Let's make crown, rock. Well, let's make scepters. Make them out of granite. Just doing all of the crafting. There you go. See? You're a king animal. Might as well flex it. I mean, I've been perplexed as to why you haven't been for a while. It's such a goofy emote. My favorite part about those emotes is that none of them have the transparent background. It's like, I could, like, put them into GNU editing software for a little bit and, like, give them a, like, transparent background, but that would be effort. That would require effort, and then that would be way too much time and thought put in. Also, did you pop up the emote as a reference? Or did you just, like, scribble that from memory? Also, can I credit emotes with myself? Like, if I made my own emote? I guess you could, because Cooler did that. You looked at it for reference? Okay, fair enough. That's fine. Because I will note that the hat is black with a red stripe, and instead you made the hat red with no stripe. I kind of respect that. Like, you just, like, started drawing it and then just made the hat the wrong color. It's like, the whole hat can be that color. It's fine. I'm just surprised nobody's tried to draw a different beer emote yet. I haven't gotten a fan variation of the beer emote. But yeah, I do have to say that Animals addition or contribution to the community emote effort is wonderful. This is truly, truly wonderful. So think whenever you get first, second, or third badge, the bit badge gets booped and doesn't auto return. Yeah, no, if you get like a hype train badge or the first or second badge, then yeah, it replaces it. Speaking of first or second badges, it's very easy to acquire those right now. It only costs you a penny. Well, actually, it costs you $1 and some change to, like, you know, buy 100 bits and then cheer 1 penny. But, you know, this is semantics. We are clearing out granite right now, which is most of what this area is. Most of this area is gabbro and granite, so. Granite crafts, gabbro blocks. Granite crafts, gabbro blocks. Also, burst of spring, which means we're in the year 399, I think. 399? Which means we just need to do one more year and then we hit the year 400. But we need 500, 405 is 400 years. So technically 395 years. So we're currently on 394 years of fort. But I don't know, dude. You got the badge. You might as well flex it, you know? Saved as 1-bit images? Man, those actually look kind of awesome. Diamond. Chat, go look in post art. I don't want to do anything with those, but those look awesome. They really do. It's okay. You have a week to fill all the paperwork out. Or no, sorry. It's early winter, not spring. Early winter. I thought we were a little further ahead than we actually were. My bad. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Only early winter. But you do have all week to fill it out, so. What's that other? Right, yeah, tetrahedrite, galena, and limonite. I forgot I had tetrahedrite. I forgot that I had tetrahedrite. Damn, we actually used up all the statues. That's impressive. Lead statue. Let's make another. Existing image. An image of a dwarf in his spear. The dwarf is admiring spear. The dwarf is striking a triumphant pose. Perfect. FG, what should I title that? What should I call that? Yeah, I see it. What should I call it? Just DM me what you think I should call, or type it in the chat, doesn't matter. But DM me what you think I should call it. We're gonna follow dwarves around. Sappy? Okay. Crypt Sappy. It was either that or Flappy was the two. Oh, image is not square-shaped. Canadian Pagan! Thank you very much for the raid. Were you playing RimWorld today? What were you up to? Thank you very much for the raid. Cheers, dude. Yeah, can I get a big round of beers for the Raiders? I need to make the image square. I could resize it, but I got a raid. But thank you very much for the raid. Hello, we're playing Dwarfs. It's pretty chill. Currently, I've kind of challenged my community. We have a set. Well, so essentially, I was apparently like the last channel on Twitch to unlock follower emotes. So we are currently crowdsourcing community follower emotes because, I mean, who on earth actually, like, you know, has budget to pay for art anymore, right? And my artist is in a region where I can't legally give him money. So rather than, you know, getting well-made follower emotes, my follower emotes are currently this and that. So we're working on, you know, continuing on that sequence and making the worst possible follower emotes. And FG, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Canadian Pagan. I should, that, now, Wide Pog should just go up on FFC, I think, but. Or just on Discord. I'll figure something out to do with that. They have literal follower emotes made by people who follow this channel for some kind of reason. Thanks for the $1, Frog for Hire. Taking number one on both of the leaderboards that matter, you know? Here's dude. I need to pour more coffee. I got nothing to drink. Kind of tempted to go get water first, though, and actually rehydrate a little bit instead of just dehydrating myself with more coffee. But coffee hydrates eventually, right? That's how that works, I think. Read biography for the beginning practitioner. That's a new one, I think. Who wrote it? Authored by Knowles. It's funny. I'll see a book title. It'll be like, That's got to be a new book. And then I'm like, you know what? That's been in this fort for ages. Also, Cyralac, I would like to thank you, by the way, for writing a very important instructional book called An Introduction to Breathing. Written on the item is a manual entitled Introduction to Breathing, authored by Cyralac II. It concerns the preliminary medicine. Okay. The writing is reasonably serious and it's amateurish at best. So we have an introduction to breathing. In case anybody forgets, we can reintroduce you to the concept of breathing. And thanks for the penny from Anonymous. Cheers. So I learned recently you can ban Anonymous Cheerer and Anonymous Gifter from your chat, but people can still cheer and gift anonymously, which I think is funny. We're all now manually breathing, apparently. Yeah. In and out, redo at least once every 2 minutes. Otherwise, you may get brief asphyxiation. Gotta get some errands done before dinner. You have a good cheers, dude. Thanks for swinging by. And thanks so much for the raid. Seriously. Can be useful for people with 5 intelligence. Maybe less than 5 intelligence. Breathing was invented 350 before people crawled around trying to get air. What, trying to grab air with their hands? It's very important. You know, if you don't grab that air, how can you ever catch it for breathing? You're drinking. Nothing like that. No crimes. I need 1 pick and 3 crutches. Iron pick. That's 3. I need 1. Iron pick 1. Wood crutch 3. Air is ambiguous. True. I mean, the term I'm going to go outside to get some air versus I need to breathe some air or I'm going to die. No real difference, really. It's only semantics. Sometimes you just need to go get air. Falling through the air. Flying through the air. What even is language? Regardless, though, thanks for the bits and the gift sub. Cheers. It's nice to have something on the leaderboards. So, you know how earlier I was talking about how Kotaku is the biggest mixed bag on the internet? Woof. Again. Sweet. I got some homework to read after this. I think. Breathing air or air not found. I don't believe I've ever not found air when I tried to breathe air. I mean, if you try to breathe air and you fail breathing air, I really can't. I can't help you at that point. I can't. Truly. I need to pour more coffee. You should have done that like 30 seconds sooner, Anonymous. It's like, the thing is, you need a third person. Otherwise, it's not going to go anywhere. You worked in building a low oxygen alarm? Yeah, but there's, regardless of if, so here's the question. Oxygen does not necessarily equal air, right? Like air is just like, there's a thing floating in space. It doesn't necessarily need to be oxygen, right? Don't try to breathe while swimming underwater. I've done that. I choked. I can confirm. So what happens when you get kicked in the stomach while underwater, which happened to me once. Thanks, older sister. This is what having siblings is for, right? Being forced to inhale oxygen. Doesn't work if it needs to be a third person. Anonymous cheer counts as one person. I really respect the person who's trying to start a hype train right now, but you need crowd participation in order for it to work. Otherwise, just let it fall over and cheer your bits at once. It's fine. You need 3 people. Otherwise, it just really doesn't work. There's a third person. Cheers. Scuba diver, guess I just died. Well, I mean, if you have a scuba tank, then you're fine. Which is different than a Scooby tank, because that's just a tank full of Scooby snacks. Frankly, I think I prefer a Scooby tank than a scuba tank. Because Scooby snacks are pretty great. Disco, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello, good afternoon. It's almost afternoon. I need another 15 minutes for afternoon to roll around. Giggity. What's up, Pigfinite? Thank you, by the way, for reminding me that Unexplored 2 is coming out soon, which is why I've now applied for it. I wonder if I'm going to get that key. Probably not. Keys are weird. Sometimes I get keys, sometimes I don't. When I do, I get them very quickly. When I don't, just don't. So maybe not necessarily recommending this company because I've heard some people having problems with their stuff recently, but thanks for the $10 FG. Autonomous has a 40% off sale on a lot of stuff. That's actually like pretty good rates on some of their things. Why you would, you know, have 20.03% off of a chair is a question mark, but there you go. They have got sales right now. But thanks for the $10, FG. Cheers. Appreciate you. All these dwarves are making lead statues, which means we're going to have more statues to place. As well as granite scepters. We are kind of running low on the kids again, which is not great. But it is what it is. I've completely like blanked on what I was talking about. Sometimes I'm really good at like keeping a coherent through thought rolling on conversations, and sometimes I'm terrible at it. Oh no. Looks like Yushrir, or somebody. Somebody's tantruming. Ah, Yushrir's tantruming and threw a shirt at somebody and hit them with it. Brings us up to 98% for Frogfire. Cheers. It's so close to completing that the emotes are bouncing. I'm finding the dwarf that's tantruming a lot. Yep, there you are. Well, that's always a good sign. You gonna go report that crime? Yes, you are. Multiple dwarves are. In fact, literally needs like 1 resub or 100 bits to level up. I have hiccups, apparently. All right, where are you headed? You're going to go eat. We'll let you finish eating. Got 2 points of vandalism against you. Considering you threw a shirt at somebody, that's dangerous. You could have killed someone with that shirt. It's true, he did. I mean, look at this. The spinning cave spider silk shirt strikes the merchant in the lower leg, bruising the fat. He almost got a cut. I love how it's sitting on exactly 100% and still going down. Honestly, like, don't try and, like, match it exactly at 0%, because then you'll have situations like this where it just sits at 100 and doesn't level up. Just cheer another 20 bits so that it levels up. There you go. Don't try and match it exactly, because what's going to end up happening is it'll, like, end when it shouldn't. I think it might have just ended, actually. Oh, no, never mind. It leveled up. Okay. Thanks for your bits, Pigfinite. Cheers. It's more bits than I have. By that, I mean I have none. So this is me, but I'm going to do it anonymously. To prove something. Ooh. Streamers can level up their own hype trains by gifting anonymously. Just wanted to prove something. So we've got another tantrum happening. Jimmy Tibby. That or...
Choo choo.
Jimmy has just gone completely apeshit. Nobody's died yet. Thanks for the $1, Animal. Cheers, dude. Who are you killing? Wogarden? I hope you didn't kill Wogarden. Doesn't look like it. Certainly did some damage.
Unlimited power.
The thing is that considered a crime? I don't know. Thanks for the second $1, Animal. Cheers, dude. Okay, you're going to go rest. Whatever just caused Jimmy to start hitting people. Not actually sure what caused that. Regardless, you seem to have sorted your shit. Oh, nope. Okay. So somehow. Okay, you know, I think it's finally time for us to expel Jimmy. So Jimmy has been a dwarf that's been causing us problems in this fortress for a really long time. How old are you? 72? Send you to Veiled Clasp. We can also ask for you back at some point.
Of course, I got to use this emote in this cheer TTS stuff.
Hell yeah. I mean, you drew it, so naturally you got to use it. Also, it says plurk, which is a fun thing to hear something say. And kind of has a good cat jam to it. Let's get Jimmy Tibby out of here. That you don't kill dwarves. So we're down to 33, which means we really need to start getting dwarves making babies again. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. Goodbye, Jimmy. You were a good dwarf. Can I get some salutes or goodbyes or something? Or Fs. Nobody died, so that's good, but... 2 dwarves getting expelled is bad. Oh, hey, we're getting a criminal beating going out. Good.
I got more bits.
Did you? Don't overdo your budget. Ooh, that looked painful. Look at that blood up on the wall. Jeez. And thanks for the extra $1. Animal. Well...
Crypt knockoff, 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 and crypt plaque, 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 crypt plaque.
Why did she not read the C that you put in between those? Anyway, the other criminal's going to prison, so... From the looks of things. You liked the beat? It kind of did have a nice beat to it, yeah. But thank you very much for the little hype train. Cheers, guys. Helping keep this weird channel funded. And also helping me pay for that stylus that I bought this morning. I bought a replacement stylus for the record player. Crypt Blurt? Crypt Blurt Mall Cop. Naturally. Oh, did you not intend to put a C in between all of those? But thank you very much for the little hype train. No, it's Crypt Blurt Mall Cop. feels loathing and was embarrassed. I think we're going to need to expel you too. But thank you very much for the 2 gift subs and the $20 in bits. Cheers, chat. And then Whitcode gifts out a sub after the hype trade because reasons. Cheers. Thank you. Much appreciated, Whitcode. All right, so I think what we're going to do, and thank you very much for the $10 and penny from FG, as well as the gift sub. Thanks, Animal. Animal's real problem is that the hype trains don't last long enough. So, you know, like Animal's just getting started with the funsies by the time the hype train is like over. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go request some more merchants. So we're gonna go to the local Helix and we're gonna grab a couple merchants that are couples. Not too many, just enough. Plenty of couples. We're gonna send Whitcode, who is my messenger.
This is Sparta!
No, this is Patrick.
That is true. It is in fact Patrick. I wonder how Patrick is liking his job. That's evil trick. I hope that his job's been going well. It's been a while since I heard from him. Going to attend a meeting? Are you depressed? You're a brown exclamation point. I would take that as a yes. I'm still seeing dwarves running from things. So who is causing combat? Unless they're literally just running from a buzzard.
Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
And I am not a crusty crab.
I'm trying to figure out who is not part of the Fortress's faction. There's somebody who's like causing aggro problems from the rest of the fort, and I'm not sure who it is. You know, I've been trying to figure out who I am for years, and you know what? One day maybe I'll figure it out. You didn't know about that one? The one that you did the 700? You're going to be the one to burn your house down? Was that just what you had left and you just happened to use it? Well, that's kind of funny. Okay, well, you're in there and you're chained. Who let Cave Johnson in? Animal. 700 bits. Gives you a do you know who I am with the lemons, naturally. Okay, who are they running away from? Yeah. It might have just been buzzards, too. There's apparently a blind cave ogre in the basement. Keyword there is with the lemons. Speaking of lemons, we now must have a lemon pie because we've got pie subscribers, so thank you for the 314. Pie subscribers is almost as good as 420 subscribers. Okay, so you're attending a meeting now. Is that? No. Okay, so you're just stuck while attending a meeting. Good to know. Your meme portfolio? Can I just say that your meme portfolio is a very funny sentence? I'm just checking my meme portfolio and I realized that it's like, chat room, have you checked your meme portfolio recently? Mm-hmm. Yep, that is indeed a thing that you made of me at one point. You're back from the bath and bad internet? So is the internet bad in the bath? Maybe you need an internet repeater for your bathroom. Okay, so you're canceling to go get a drink instead. Get you to... What are you doing? This dwarf is confusing me. So Witquode is still in the process of leaning to go to channel dens, but can't because keep turning stuff off. Holy crap, are you really carrying a boulder and walking faster than most dwarves? No, it shut down while you were in the bath. Makes sense. I understand the logic there. You know what would be really nice? If Windows would understand that you don't have a printer installed and then not try and launch a printer when you accidentally hit the print button. It's like, I don't have a printer. Yeah, don't take your router for a bath. I mean, if you put your router in the bathtub, it's not going to put your brain in the internet, okay? I don't care what the conspiracy theorists tell you. It's just going to kill you. Yo, so somebody like, you guys seen this before? It actually looks really neat. Apparently it's a thing called juristmaps.org. Lets you see your Dwarf Fortress maps in this cool little style. I actually really like that. That looks neat. How long has this existed? I've never heard of this before. I've just loaded up I've loaded up the demo for Jurist Maps. That is actually really cool. Apparently it's just like an in-browser Legends viewer, kind of. Apparently there's one Cody Brute in the map. What happens if I click it? Take me to it? 11 Drothlas, what a small world. Oh, and it like tells, okay, so you select the thing. There's a lot of dogs right there. Why is there so many dogs right here? One labyrinth in the world? It's a Dwarf Fortress map. On for a world called Ogus Pumon on juristmaps.org. There's a link to juristmaps.org. Go nuts. That's kind of neat. But I don't know how you don't understand what you're seeing. It's a Dwarf Fortress map. It's another way to view Dwarf Fortress maps. Yeah. Also, I love the visuals of that game that you just posted a link to on the secret Discord, FG. It looks like, what was that game? Sable? But like minus the jerky, awful animations that were awful and jerky. You know, I'm starting to think that my dwarves are actually just a commentary on the U.S. Ignorance came full circle. Also, we now have a bunch of new merchants in the fort. Population is up to 55 now. So hopefully they make some babies. And it appears that the dwarves have ceased fighting, so that's good. So I'm just going to let them kind of do their thing for a little bit, and then we'll get them actually doing work. So 33 is the actual population, 55 with merchants. Because fortunately, there's still plenty of merchants for us to bring into the fort. They'll all just hang out in the tavern and hopefully do good stuff. I had to end that sentence in the Add a Word Stories room. I apologize. Friend DMs me out of nowhere. We need to discuss tarp camping at some point, like camping with just a tarp. And I respond with, dude, I've told you about this a billion times. And every time you're like, I want a tent. And he's just like, we need to discuss tarp camping. I'm like, now I'm curious as to where he got that idea. You know what's kind of amazing to me about merchants when they show up in Dwarf Fortress? Is they show up and they leave all of their clothing and belongings at the edge of the map, walk into the map, and then walk back to get their clothing, or alternatively, walk around in the fort and get better clothing. They never show up fully clothed. They show up holding their clothes. Like, they take all of their clothes off, and then they walk completely naked to the fortress. Which is just very strange to me. Some just weird little details. And then they run around naked for a bit until they collect all the clothing that they need. How many animals do we have? 19. Don't need to worry about that population for a little bit. Working on plenty of clothing. Working on plenty of ore. Working on plenty of scepters. Plenty of statues. We got lots of stuff getting done. See how that merchant who beat some people up is doing. Pretty terrible. Probably just expel you after you get out. Do you have kids? Nope. Just you and your hubby? Who's also terrified? Which means you're not going to be much use to us, unfortunately. So we'll probably expel you and your husband soon. You bet that they're naked long enough to take a mood hit too? No, actually. Usually I just see them getting positive moods after acquiring clothing. That's usually what I see, is they have positive moods long enough that they acquire clothing, and then they're quite happy about the fact that they just acquired clothing. That seems to be what usually happens. In my experience, they'll be like, I just made a good acquisition or whatever, because they put on happy clothes. Well, I mean, they spawn on the map, and then they run, and then they go get new clothes. That seems to usually be how it goes. They spawn on the map, and then they run around on the map until they collect clothes, and then they put on their clothes, and then they're done. And then that's basically it. So, it's not exactly like a huge turnaround time or anything. It's a pretty quick turnaround time. It must be nice to be happy from Genesis. I mean, that's not quite how it works, but... I mean, I would think that most babies are happy to a degree, although we have to learn the concept of the word happiness. It's less happiness and more naivety. When you're a child, you're naive. And so thus you don't know the difference between being happy or just, like, you know, being human. As if humans can be happy. As if. Chad, I only need 50 billion heavenly chips. Which means I only need another 15 billion heavenly chips before I can reasonably reset. So now we have a new selection of dwarves down here. This one dreams of mastering a skill. Should give some of them jobs so that they're not doing nothing. At the very least, like, the basics of things that I know that I'll need. Like, hey, go make a granite scepter. You too. And also haul stuff, please. I mean, I said heavenly chips. Heavenly chips. You got both words right, but in the wrong order and in the wrong sentence. Heavenly chips. If you have no ears, then I have no eyes. Phone about to die? I would not recommend killing your phone. Your health requires that you go for a walk? That's why I've been planking recently. Enjoy your walk. I'm assuming you're walking and not working. Unless walking is part of working. So a blind cave ogre just fell out of a tree. I'm assuming it was like up here. God, this is such a... How the heck did it even get there? Oh, I see. It must have like walked. Did it actually fall? Where is it now? Okay. Standing right there. Still in the trees, which means we'll see another combat log with it soon when it falls into another tree. This is such a messed up cavern layer. Still can't get over how deep it is. Still going strong on this run. I took quite a long period of time off of Cookie Clicker and not clicking for a long time. But I'm back now, so I've been back for a little bit. But I'm at 35 billion. I also just haven't been paying as much attention to it as of late, which is, you know, it's Cookie Clicker. Who pays attention to Cookie Clicker? I mean, come on. You're working on your garden? I'm currently planting seeds, actually. But I'm working on my real gardens. The seeds are annoying you? Why's that? My conclusion that I've come to after a while of playing Cookie Clicker is if you actually try and get things done and pay attention to Cookie Clicker, it's not fun. If you just like exist with the Cookie Clicker in the background, it's quite a lot of fun. Is the point going the deepest? The point is enjoying the process of playing Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is the original, like, make your own fun game. Maybe not the original, but it's certainly, like, a very good example of a make your own fun game. Okay, so you and your husband can get expelled. Sorry, you two. Go live a better life in a different fortress. Dwarf Fortress is like the original make your own fun game. It's not about going the deepest. It's not about building the biggest fort. It's not about world domination. It's not about killing X number of foes. It's literally just a game about enjoying the process of playing it and telling a narrative. So interpreting the story that the game presents to you, I would say, is the point of Dwarf Fortress, but it really depends on who you ask. But what part exactly are you trying to understand? Or is it just like, what is the goal? Because the goal is, there really isn't one. It's whatever you set for yourself. But why do you ask? If I can ask. There is a spot on the Discord. It's either called like things to do or like community challenges or something. But there's a basically like a page on the wiki that's just here's like 50 player set goals for a fort. Once you have your fortress set up. This fort is a unique bad example of what to do or what I do when I have my fortress set up. What are you in conflict with? Somebody's in conflict with somebody and it's bad. Anyway, this is a bad example of what to do when your fortress is set up. And the reason I say that is because this fortress, we're trying to break the world record for the longest fortress ever running. So the whole point of this fort is to just keep it alive for a long period of time. And it doesn't really have too much to do with normal Dwarf Fortress play. There is somebody causing aggro problems here, and I don't know who it is. That's annoying. Anyway, so this is maybe a bad example of a fortress, of like what a fortress looks like when it's been running for a long time. Because this, I really wish I would get a combat log, even for just a second. I can't turn the military on because that'll just kill this entire fort. But somebody is aggro from the rest of the fort, and I don't know who it is. If only I had cave dragons. I don't think there's cave dragons in this world. But, I mean, I have Ettins and giants. I'm sorry that my fort isn't as cool as the one other fort that lasted this long. That wasn't really my intent or the goal going in. I would have also had to make a world with many, many, many cave dragons in it to actually have them spawn. It's very unlikely that they even spawned. This just wasn't the goal of this fort, Spewer. I apologize for not making your expectations. Maybe the elves can bring something cool. Unicorns, coolest thing they've brought. And I have multiple breeding pairs of them, and I've been breeding them for hundreds of years. I mean, see? Unicorn, 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 unicorn. But, like I said, it's not the point of the fort. How goes it? It's going all right. Cool, Dan. Yourself? In the X and Y, you mean up and down? You mean like this? I'm not sure what you mean. Somebody is aggro from the rest of the fortress, and I wish I knew who it was. No, the horizontal planes? So you have the size of the map that you've built. If you want to explore the map, you got to play adventure mode. Fortress mode, you have the map that you settle in, and that's it. But if you want to go horizontal, like left and right, you have to play a different mode of the game. I think it's you. Based on the way this dwarf is walking, I think it's this dwarf. Yeah, I think it's you. Yeah, I think it's that dwarf. So when you're playing fortress mode, you're like the commander or the organizer of a specific fortress, right? You don't see what's going on in the rest of the world. If you want to explore the whole world, you can play Legends mode or Adventure mode and then go from place to place and slowly explore the entirety of the world that way. Jesus, what the fuck is happening? Well, blind cave ogre fell out of a tree again. Man, I really, 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 really wish I knew. That's the problem. Terrified while in conflict. Yeah, there's 3 modes of play in the game, right? There's Fortress mode, Legends mode, and Adventure mode. Adventure mode is the open world, like... Okay, here, I'll use layman's terms. Fortress mode is what RimWorld is inspired by. The 1/3 of the game that RimWorld is inspired by. Legends mode lets you read detailed readouts of your world, every single historical figure, character, and person that existed or is alive or lived in the world and their life's history. And Adventure mode lets you play Kenshi in Dwarf Fortress. So those are that, like, if you want to explore the world, you play Adventure mode. But Steam release is probably not going to launch with Adventure mode. But if you want to play Dwarf Fortress, just go play Dwarf Fortress. It's free. Don't wait for the Steam release. That's silly. Steam release will be great. It'll be nice. It's going to add a lot of features that'll be super helpful. But not something you should wait for. Just go play the game. That's my take. Wogarden, is it? Yeah, that's what you should do, is just learn to play the game. It's not that difficult. Just go to the wiki and there's the gameplay guides for every mode. Just follow those. Pretty simple, frankly. But this fortress has weird problems and eccentricities to it that make it a bad starting point. Just because we are getting close to 400 years into this fortress, but we can answer any questions if you need help. Just like, but also the wiki is kind of a great resource. And if English isn't your first language, there are some wikis for other languages too, but the English one is the most complete. But it's no more difficult than learning to play something like Civ. The only difference is Civ constantly pats you on the back and tells you that you're doing well, whereas Dwarf Fortress just is kind of ambiguous about it. Yep, because that's how they were added, on top of each other. Piece by piece, bit by bit, part by part. Watching the movements of the dwarves to see what's startling them. Something keeps scaring dwarves. There they go again. It's not you, is it? Kind of starting to feel like Mar. Look how he walks. Walks into the group and then turns around and runs away. Constantly says terrified while in conflict. Like, there's, like, basically conflict waiting to break out right there. With dwarves sprinting from place to place like that. I need to figure out which one of them is not on the same side and which one's causing aggro problems. And I think it's this one. But I could be wrong, and I don't want to expel the wrong dwarf. I've already expelled a few. That's why most people play this game, is because it's intriguing. Now the question is, are you going to leave the map? Well, now we hit spring stone. And zombies showed up and it was a massacre. Rip. If they get in and you don't have weapons, yeah, that will be a massacre. A massive massacre. And it is likely that you'll never recover. All right, and then we have the human tributes. I'm very curious to see this stone's bad tile set stone. Considering you made a tile set in like under 2 hours, that's got to be some sort of speed run world record. Alrighty, well, let's see what they brought. At the very least, 1 brick. Oh, well, that's an easy one. They even brought a copper halberd. What are you even doing? You know, that's almost like an infinitely repeating like thing for an all-over shirt. Diamond. Diamond's just like doing fan art versions of all my emotes right now. I don't know what to do with any of them, but thank you. So I guess technically now my follower emotes are follower emotes for followers by followers. Which is kind of awesome. Working on granite scepters. How many of those have we made? Like 500 apparently. Also making good time on the other stuff we're working on too. Okay. Krabicus has to be aggro, otherwise he would have drank by now. Alright, Krabicus is the last expel I'm doing. Something I really want to try doing is expelling a dwarf that's aggro and then inviting them back. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to invite Mar and all of the other dwarves back after they show up in the hillocks. But I need this dwarf to be able to make it off the map first. Curious about where you're actually headed, though, dwarf. Oh, you fell asleep. Great. Let's go see who we can bring back right now. So that's Veiled Clasp. Looking for named dwarves. I've got several named dwarves that I never invited back for like murders and such, but these ones are just aggro, which isn't necessarily like, oh, you can never come back. It just means that they're not getting along with the dwarves that are there currently. But I need ones that I can actually reasonably bring back. I also need them to make it there, which maybe none of the ones I've expelled yet have. It doesn't look like they have. Oh, yeah, no, they're all still on the map. Mar is still on the map. Krabicus is still on the map. You know what? Let's just put them all in the bunker. Emergency bunker in case of bunker, hide in bunker. Bunker. And hopefully that'll free up the upper levels enough that these dwarves can all get away. So while all of these dwarves run underground, if there is combat problems, the ones that are still in the fort will find out and they'll suss it out, and then we'll know real quick. I have to be very careful when I do this. But they can all just hang out in here for the time being. Fortunately, they have beds and whatnot. Okay, let's see how these two do. You're still sleeping. Great. How about you? You're going to leave the map now and steal my mug. Great. Is it a perfect square animal? Has to be a square. Can't tell just looking at it. But I will mess with that in a second. Fair enough. All right. I will take that in a sec. All right, so that's one gone. But the other one, you're able to leave too. All right, so I think I was able to successfully spot the problem dwarves because these ones are not fighting down here. In fact, they're all just chilling. So I'm assuming that that means we should be good. Can let all these dwarves out now. Fingers crossed. Get back upside. Or downside. Doesn't really matter, actually. Oh, hey. Stone made us a tile set. This is, Did you do all of these by hand? I kind of like it. I like the D and then angry D. This is actually really charming. I'm really curious to see how that lines up. That actually looks kind of awesome. I like it. Thank you. I will throw that into the meme tiles folder. And we'll use that on the birthday strum, because for those of you who don't know, we also have this, which is a tile set that's made out of some of my emotes. So I have to make this again. Use that one again. My birthday is June 3rd, and on my birthday we do a charity stream every year. And the main incentive is I use progressively stupider and less legible tile sets the more money we raise. Right down to the Nicolas Cage tile set where everything is Nicolas Cage's face. It's probably the last one we'll do. So it's kind of a community effort, so I need community tile sets for it. All right, so now that they're there, I should be able to request that dwarf back. I love that there's like 3 different animals, as in animal from chat, in this fortress that have all been expelled over the years. Okay, so we're going to request back Mar and Elamino with wit code. And we're going to get rid of that one. And let's see if they're still hostile when they come back. That's what I want to see. I want to see if they still have problems when they come back. They might. It's very possible that they'll come back and still be like fully aggro with the rest of the fort, but it's also possible that they'll come back and be like neutral with the rest of the fort and not fight with anybody and just get along just fine and be perfectly helpful members of society, which I would love to see. Of course, the D and other D, which are dwarves. I'm surprised you didn't go like the happy face and sad face route, but you're going to test it? I'm curious to see what it looks like in game. You could even put it on, like, the Bay 12 forums. Too obvious? Too easy? Fair. The E's have arrived. The elves have arrived in time to trade. Let's see if they brought any animals. Yeah, I'd be very curious to know what it would look like. But yeah, for the charity stream, we will start with just plain vanilla and then work our way slowly down the rabbit hole of insanity. I've also still got an install with the Matrix tile set with the proper Matrix colors as well, which we'll have to use, of course. Which, oddly enough, shockingly playable. There is a Matrix tile set that uses the Matrix font, including the weird Matrix characters that they show in that very iconic scene where he goes, all I see is blonde, brunette, redhead. Like, that actual code font is a font. And there is a tile set that uses that font. So we'll be using that one, of course, as we have in previous years. But that one is, like, I would describe it as perfectly playable. If you're, like, just slightly Dwarf Fortress knowledgeable, it is perfectly playable. Right, so we're waiting for Witcode to come back. I'm really hopeful that this experiment will be a success. And we'll be able to bring Witcode back and bump our population up by 2, as well as Elamino, and they won't be aggro anymore. But if they're still aggro, then, yeah. What pixel size is each tile of that? Why, are you trying to make a tile set now too, Animal? You know what? You know what you should do, Animal? You should make a Minecraft tile set. Emu chicks have hatched. Make a Minecraft tile set and just use, like, Steve's face can be Dwarf. And then Steve's face with diamond helmet or a diamond hat can be, what's it called? A military dwarf. He's like the Minecraft, what's it called? There you go. Witcode's heading out to go make requests. All right, so let's see what the elves brought me. They brought a gray squirrel, a mule, a dingo, a horse. I buy a unicorn, echidna. I think that's everything. Also put that in the wrong room or in the wrong folder. That over here. I'm now saving another thing because Animal sent me another thing, which is currently a secret, but is going to be the first step to be replaced if and when somebody makes a better version of it. But Animal made us another follower emote. FG also made one too, but I need it to be squarified. I don't... what do you... a pog spider? The fuck's a pog spider? You eyeballed the squarification. It was a pretty good eyeballification. Anyway, we have another follower emote now. Squarification? Squarification. Well, that's definitely a technical term, right? Anyway, Crypt Burr now exists. It's Burr! I don't have beer, but I do have Burr! There you go. We've now got another follower emote. CryptBot not working? I haven't updated that shit yet. That's effort. It's hip to be Burr, you mean? All right, so did wit code come back? No. So I don't think that work. That's sad. All right, so I don't think I can bring them back after they've been expelled. I do have a bunch of baby emus, though. And we're going to put my newest unicorn into the unicorn pen. Because apparently I managed to kill my breeding pair. Do-do-do-do-do. But I think that Animal did a pretty good job on that Burr emote. It very much is a very accurate representation of a nice good old glass of Burr. Also, the reason my friend wants to talk to me about tarp camping is because tents got more expensive. Ugh, no thank you. That is distressing looking. I'm good. Is it possible to have a were spider? It should do the thing. But then I have to add it as a command. Hold on. Let me add it as a variation. All right, done. Try it. There you go. Now do the thing. That. See, most channels, are just like, hey, we're going to have like examples of why you should subscribe to my stream for my emotes as follower emotes. And then there's me, where it's like, well, I mean, you could give me money for good emotes, or you could just have these other pieces of garbage that I provided you for free, or that chat has gladly provided you for free. Oh, you've gone insane. Well, that's not good. Oh. Anyway, instead of you, let's go down to you. Gives you weaving, clothes making, stone crafting. But because we've surpassed spring, that means I can turn the fountains back on. God, there's emus everywhere. All those capital E's. Emus, 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 emus. Everywhere. God. I'm sorry, why am I chaining up Diamond? What did Diamond do? Diamond, I'm putting you in prison, apparently. Odds are pretty good I traded something I wasn't supposed to. Violation of export prohibition. But I didn't sell anything I wasn't allowed to sell. You get to go to prison for a bit. For 58 days, I think. Also, we're down to 29 dwarves. Not actually sure how I lost the last one just now. You didn't just kill Wogarden, did you? Oh, I see. We just killed Wogarden. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. There's some shit that's going on in this fort right now that just seems strange. Which included Wogarden getting killed. Somebody added me on the team Discord, and then I go over to the Discord, and there's no ads at me, and now I'm confused. Yep, I think the captain of the guard did it, but like I said, I'm not totally sure what's been going on. Nope, captain of the guard is not credited with it. Yeah, like I said, I'm not totally sure what's going on. There's something weird going on right now in the fort. Somebody's been made aggro, which is why I've gone from 35 dwarves down to 29 today. Okay, never mind. I see why it went down by one more. Maybe nobody died? Need to look for Wogarden again. Yeah, Wogarden's missing. So first we had item scattering from transferring from, then we got display furniture. I mean, I'm confused. Are you saying that this is a new thing? Because this is none of those are new things, Pure. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. Well, I mean, you certainly didn't kill her. No, you killed a buzzard once. You are, however, here's the thing, Diamond. You are repentant. Which means I would say you going to prison is actually good for your mental health, and we should put you in prison more often, in fact. You seem to quite like it. Seriously, though, what the fuck happened to that dwarf? I guess, allow me to rephrase. How's that relevant to anything? You never made the connection with how you play adventurers? I suppose. I'm just, I guess, perplexed as to how that's a even remotely relevant statement to make. It's like, I mean, I get it. I guess just makes perfect sense with how I play adventurers, so. We're gonna give you butchery and tanning. Please go butcher the stuff that needs to be butchered. That stuff that needs to be butchered. Not totally familiar with the Huzzah reference, but I can guess. I'll say. I do have this merchant wandering around. You smell loafs? What kind of loafs? like a rye loaf, or a like apple cinnamon loaf, or maybe like a lemon loaf, or like a whole wheat loaf, or a meatloaf even. Whole wheat? I guess the thing is, I don't know how that's supposed to be emo, but all right. I mean, that is his oh no emote, but I don't know how that's emo. I guess is the part where I'm confused. We're waiting on Whitcode to come back. Okay, so emo is like somebody who's sad all the time and listens to My Chemical Romance and a lot of indie pop music that's very sad and depressing, and in some extreme cases harms themselves. Emote is an emote. So if you refer to an emote as an emo, it's like saying it's a depressed high schooler or me when I'm like in a phase where I just want to off myself all the time. So emo is a state of mind that is pretty harsh. And an emote is a PNG that you can purchase on Twitch for money for 30 days. So just be careful with that one. If you say emo, I will think something completely different. You know, I'm going to add Jump King to my ignore list because I'm tired of Steam recommending trash like that. Like, very tired of it. Someone finally did the thing. Someone finally did the thing today. So I need to scroll up for a bit. Hold up. Hey, Zakos. You know, it's kind of funny. Zakos, I went to the traditional roguelike page on Steam the other day because I was talking about roguelikes with one of the people at Hyperstrange. And this was the featured game in the traditional roguelike section. Girl Raid. It's a twin stick shooter that looks awful. Because apparently this has a traditional roguelike tag. Anyway, it was featured as new and popular. That's all I have to say to that. All right, hold up. Scrolling up. Let's go. Where am I at? 24th. Let's go to the 19th. All right, so sleep scares demons, coffee prevents automotive hijinks from occurring, kayak paddles swish more frequently than rowboat ones, when conjoining Carphilian monkey viruses will fling poopy stick. Sleep in today. That's an order. Ducks spin in record time, machines. Soft kittens delay stress from exciting neurons and depressing croutons. Scrambled eggs. Corn and fish have huge tariffs on clams, boat, bastards, begrudge, building, balsac, and backgammon breasts. Horses whinny, whinny, Whitney, whinny, woof, woolly, willy, what? Why are you dumb? Also, hype trains are off cooldown. All caught up. I'm not sure how just writing a whole bunch of words that start with W are considered a sentence, but apparently it is. To which one? What the heck did you just come back to? Twitch chat causing me to have a seizure. So there's a room on my Discord called Add a Word Stories, where you can add one word at a time to create relatively coherent sentences, which once every 2 hours during the stream, chat room can make me read them by using the 1,000 channel points reward. Read the last Discord word story. Sometimes they're coherent, the rest of the time they're not. And I hope that they're sometimes amusing. One of your favorite parts of the stream. And then if you want me to have stuff to read for the next one, go to the Discord room called Add a Word Stories and add words. So why are you dumb is the next sentence we need to continue. But there you go. It's what it was originally a form of interaction. Like that. I just interacted with the plushie. It was a form of interaction to keep my Discord activity up so that I could hang on to Discord partner when they increased the requirements and made it way harder to keep it and then started removing partner from people. And we managed to keep Discord partner active and functioning up until, what's the word I'm looking for here? Up until, just maybe a couple of weeks ago, which is about 2 years longer than most people kept it, just with the Add a Word Stories room and the Let's Count to 1 Million room, where we're trying to count to 1 million without accidentally tripping over each other. So if you want to help us count to 1 million or you want to add words to the Add a Word Story room, join this Discord and then help us out. Now it's just for fun instead of me trying to acquire or maintain Discord partner, I guess. Where the heck's my manager? Oh, Diamond's my manager. Right. I'm like, why is nothing getting done? Well, I found the answer to that. It's because my manager's in prison. Can I give... Oh, shit, you already have a chair right here. Let's, assign this to you, Diamond. Let's see if you can do your manager jobs while in prison. Turns out, no. Otherwise, you would have done that by now. How you doing there? Repentant? Restless and worried? Well, how much more time do you have in prison? 39 days. You want one crutch. You want low boots. Well, let's jump down here. Oh, let's jump down here. Armor, iron, low boot, low boot, low boot. And, do it now, do it now, do it now. Took you a sec to get it working? Oh yeah, I mean, the first time you set up a tile set, it's a little fucky. But it's a tile set of your own creation. The one that you made for my birthday. This one. Drew it with a mouse in MS Paint, I think. Well, that's going to be one of the birthday bad tile sets. Well, I don't know if it's bad. Artistically unique. I will say that your handwriting with a mouse is better than my handwriting with a pencil. I will say that. Like, I'm very impressed by how coherent this alphabet is. It'd be far worse than MS Paint. What'd you use then? If I can ask. Somebody just left a really, 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 really big feedback thing on the not on the Discord, on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. And I'm just like, you could just like send Toady an email, right? Just like a link to where his email is. As for some reason, people like have a really hard time contacting Tarn Adams, Toady1. Just literally go to contact. That's his email. Toady1 at bay12games.com. Just send him an email. If you have feedback for the game, you can just do that. Or you can go to the forums. Either or. I'll never fully understand why some people are so bad at just like sending a dude an email. All right, well, the mayor is now happy about the low boots that we've made, so that's good. Oh, really? I guess, yeah, true. So you've had a bunch of, like, writing practice, I would say. What is that? Something died. Oh, there's Wogarden's body. Okay, so Wogarden did die. I don't know why or what killed him, but Wogarden, unfortunately, is no longer with us. What? So... So I sent this dwarf, Whitcode, Inky Daggers, on a mission to go retrieve 2 previous dwarves from this location and bring them back to the fortress, yeah? Apparently, that messenger, Whitcode, is now assigned to this coffin. Hasn't come back from that mission yet. So he died? I just canceled the mission. Still technically my messenger. That is perplexing as hell. Bizarre. Anyway, I need to place some coffins, so we should do that. I don't know what happened, but I think Whitcode died while out on a mission. Ghost messenger? Maybe. Maybe. Well, at least I got 71 coffins, so that's good. I'm just so confused by this. Like, just extremely confused by like everything that's happened today. I mean, remember how earlier in the stream I mentioned that, oh yeah, Sathados said that it was around now that really weird bugs started happening. Well, I can confirm weird bugs are starting to happen. Like, none of this makes any sense. Like, at all. But I guess here we are, so. That's good. Rockfire. For my workout regimen recently, I've added planking back in finally since my knees have been feeling a bit better. It's been nice. Doesn't change the fact that my knees still hurt. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so... I was like, yeah, we can send Whitcode off to go retrieve other people, and then just never came back. I don't know. I've never had that happen before. That's really weird. Yeah, that's not why my knees hurt, though. So, it's like I have no problems with walking. I just have certain old injuries from getting hit by a car and an old fracture in my knee. that hurts when I do things at certain angles at certain times of the year? Do we need to send someone else? I ain't sending someone else. If I send someone to go do a thing and they die, I'm not sending another person to go do that same thing. That seems unintelligent. So, no, we're not going to send somebody else to do that. Hello, Irish Stupid. How are yous? It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. But yeah, absolutely not. I don't feel like turning this into a military fort. I do, however, feel like filling in old things that we aren't using. That's why I'm not going to follow your suggestion. When did I say I would follow your suggestion? Man, Diamond, you seem to love being in prison. We should do that to you more often. Accuse you of crimes that you didn't commit. Whoop. Oh. Saw purple text appear and then immediately disappear. But yeah, no, my knees hurt because of old injuries, not because of recent injuries. So when my knees hurt, it's because the weather's changing, and I'll take long breaks. You have a good night, FG. Thanks for the bits and for the gift sub. Cheers. Till next time.
Crypt knockoff crypt plur crypt 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 crypt knockoff.
I mean, you're paying me for the right, so it's hardly trolling.
Crypt plur crypt crypt knockoff crypt plur crypt.
Also, FG, I'm not taking your permission. I'm doing it anyway. Animal, you get to squarify this. I sent you a thing to squarify, so that we can add the last unofficial official follower by followers by followers emote, because FG made us an emote, which is pretty great. Well, we'll see ya. Take care of yourselves, or take care of yourself, FG. Have a good read. While I wait for these dwarves to squarify those rooms. Also, it wouldn't be Twitch. That would be Streamlabs for not listing off everything. I think it's because I do have some minor issues. Okay, I'm guy number... hold on. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What is that, 10 billion or 12 billion? 12,939,002. Nope. 129,392,000,000. I think I'm one off. So it would be 12,929,321,921 person that comes in here to say, I want to play DF, but you feel intimidated. Do you think once understanding it, getting fluid is a good experience? Yes. And it's not as difficult as people think it is. And it's actually quite approachable. The hardest part about Dwarf Fortress is just learning what your options are and how to go about achieving those options and how to understand looking at those options. Actually playing the game of Dwarf Fortress is quite simple and generally a nowhere near as, how do I explain this? Nowhere near as intimidating experience as fractures of the edge of the community will have you believe. All right, FG now has an emote requesting pending approval. So we now have our final follower emote of the day. And if you need help with learning DF, just yell at us in chat. Something that I'll say is, like, if you've played any of the games that are, in big air quotes, inspired by Dwarf Fortress, playing Dwarf Fortress is not a hard thing at all for you to achieve. Just because, like, once you have the kind of basic ideas of what the game wants you to do, like how to assign jobs to your dwarves and all that stuff, it's just a matter of learning how to do it within the game itself. But, yeah, we have one more follower emote. You've never played an ASCII game? Well, that's what tile sets are for, right? You don't need to play it in ASCII. I actually kind of really like that one. She did a great job. I do love the appropriate "oh no" comment from Diamond. So the follower emotes we now have, which are made by the community for the community, are Crypt Sappy, which for some reason I can't type in now. That work? Nope, it doesn't. We have Crypt Plurk, Crypt Sappy, Crypt Knockoff, and Crypt Burr. There you go. We've now actually got some follower emotes on the channel. I hope that you guys approve of the goofball emotes. Diamond, how much longer are you going to be in prison for? We really need you out to go do your job. 23 days. 23 days! You know, Stone, I would say that your tile set looks kind of nice. It almost looks like playing DF in Comic Sans, but not really. It's like playing DF in crayon. It just needs like a crayon color set for like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, it needs colors that make it look like it's in crayon. Like, it looks perfectly playable. Like, obviously stuff's not going to line up and be all uniform, but I think it looks quite nice. Like, looks perfectly playable to me. So chat, out of the new follower emotes, which one's your favorite? It's like Dwarf Wingdings. The thing is, you probably could play Dwarf Fortress in Wingdings. Has anybody actually made a Wingdings tile set? Someone has to have done that by now, right? That has to exist. Someone has to have done that. The problem is I can't credit two people with Crypt Sappy because FG did the actual doodle, but Animal resized it to square. Those probably look even worse if you're playing, or not playing, but using Twitch in dark mode. Like in my bot, they look like this. It looks so goofy with the little squares in the background. I think Crypt Burr is probably my favorite, if I'm gonna be honest. Burr! That's like, what do you have? Do you have a beer? No, I have, but I do have a burr. I think we're gonna stop making lead statues and we're gonna stop smelting silver. Other things I gotta get done. Unfucking this fortress. You know, generally, because every now and again, I'll see the vampire's dialogue pop up in this, Zaloro talking to himself. And usually it just says, I was confined, I am okay with this. And he's always covered in his own tears. And the what's it called? The Ettins occasionally comment on, I was trapped because they were caught in a cage trap, and I am not intimidated by this. I am not upset by this, which I think is kind of funny. It's like they finally got through all this. Meanwhile, this other dwarf's like, I had a bath with soap. This could be bliss. Yeah, there it is. It's Quevenir the Second. I had a bath with soap. How blissful. I agree. Having a bath with soap is pretty goddamn blissful. Nobody wants to construct stuff? Okay. Take a real quick restroom break. I'll be back in a sec. Which means it'll be very good for the beginning of the Descent into Madness. It'll be a very good beginning of the Descent into Madness for my birthday streams. Yeah, looking at this, this is perfectly legible. Like, completely playable. Maybe completely is like being generous, but like, look at it, like that's legible. I know what everything means. It looks weird. It looks like somebody like bent half the pieces, but it's just as legible as my handwriting. And with the default text, yeah, no, like that's fine. That is perfectly playable. I think that the walls are gonna look weird once there's walls set up because they're not going to align properly. But like plenty of space for imagination in there. God, it's taken them so long to build these coffins. The best part is 67 shows up when mining. Oh, really? You had to put your, what's the word? Your watermark in there somewhere, right? Also, Pigfinite, it's nice to know that the out-of-words stories are one of your favorite parts of the stream, because I thought about removing it when I lost Discord partner. I was like, well, there's no reason to keep this now. But if it's somebody's favorite part, I'll keep it. There's 67s everywhere in the tile set. Oh, totally didn't notice that when I was looking at it quickly. Super duper didn't notice that. All right, let's jump to you. But the upstairs and downstairs and even the statues. In Before Stone just uses their own tile set from here on forward. Clearly didn't take you that long to work on. Usually hop on there before bed and have a good laugh. Really? Huh. Yeah, for me, it's like, it's literally just like digital telephone, right? And like telephone was one of the things I used to use to get through road trips when I was little. Or you just say one word into the next person's ear and then you see what the sentence is by the time it gets to the end and then everybody laughs. It's literally just that, but like on a Discord. I mean, it does get pretty nonsensical. Yeah, also, in regards to that near replicant record, I saw that pop up. Are stupid? It's way too far out of my price budget, unfortunately. As much as, like, I look at that and I'm like, man, that's tempting. Yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. Absolutely not. Although, I have been very tempted to get the Returnal soundtrack. But I also have, like, no budget for records right now, and currently, today's stream hasn't even paid off the new stylus that I just bought for my stream record player. Because I just bought a replacement for it, because it's getting a little crackly, and I can hear it, and it's not the records. The records sound fine on my other record player, which means it's time to replace the stylus before it causes damage, so... Yeah, I'm curious to... I'm kind of surprised you put it into a new install and not just, like, one that already has a save file in it. Or, like, didn't just copy-paste an old save file into the new one to take a look at it. That's usually what I do when I install a new tile set, is I grab an old save file and I just drag and drop it in there and open it. So I don't need to build a thing. I can just, like, open up a pre-built fort and be like, ah, this is what things look like. Okay. Thank you for the $1. 90% humidity? That sounds like hell. Absolute hell. It's an excuse to play DF. True. But thank you much for the $1, I are stupid. And for helping keep this stream funded. Okay, so that's now Wogarden's coffin. I'm not exactly sure how Wogarden died, because there was no combat log. And they didn't go insane, so... Well, I mean, there was this one, but, like, that didn't kill them. And I checked in on it. It didn't kill them. And they didn't bleed out. They went to hospital and then left hospital. Something else killed them afterwards. I'm not totally sure. Why is that strange weather? Is it the temperature that's strange, or like the temperature combined with the humidity? That, like, what part of it's strange, I guess, is the question. We've actually had a couple of really nice days, kind of like back to back recently, because it's not been raining for the first time this year, pretty much. Like, it was raining basically nonstop up until like 3 days ago, and now we're supposed to have a couple days in a row with less rain, which is interesting, considering we haven't really had that yet this year. Also means I'm probably going to need to set up my air conditioning pretty soon, which I'm not thrilled about, because that's expensive. Readable in spite of your mouse writing? I mean, it's more readable than the Nicolas Cage's face tile set. And if I can play with Nicolas Cage's face competently and actually make expansions to the fortress, I'm sure that we could play with your mouse writing without much issue. I mean, like, these are the tile sets that I've used on my birthday in the past, right? There's this one, which is Rune tile set. Perfectly playable, albeit a bit confusing. We have Rune set, the other one. It's a different version. We have this one, which is special. We have this one, which is very special. We have this one, which is playable and fine. We have this one, which is special. And this one, which is cursed. And this is the newest edition. You're not wrong. Like, 67 is kind of everywhere. Or would be everywhere with just this. And 67, 67, I get it. Okay. For anybody that like doesn't understand who Stone is, that would be a very confusing tile set. You should see if you can get Pi to play with it. Stone, do some adventure mode. Chat, can I get a round of beers or burrs for Higher Stupid and that $1, by the way. Hype trains are in fact off cooldown right now, but no pressure. It's fine. You might have to refresh your stream to make it work. Game is saving, meaning we in summer, me think. So, I guess the note to self is, if you expel an angry or hostile or tantruming dwarf, do not attempt to receive them back. Via messenger and like friendly request, because they won't like that very much. Turns out, and your dwarf may never come back. That is the moral of the story. And in this case, it seems like the dwarf has died. That was a lot of beers. Here's Chad. Hey, Kato. All right. Oh, here comes another coffin. Also still working on all of those granite scepters. We're damn close to the end of that. King still wants a crutch. How long until we let friggin' Diamond out of prison? 2 days. Perfect. Almost time to release you from prison, Diamond. Let's see how you are handling prison. She feels repentant after being confined and wonder after communing with their god. Oh, remembering communing with their god. You feels pleasure near a splendid statue, pleasure near a splendid statue, pleasure near a fine table, pleasure near a splendid seat, pleasure near a fine bed. Didn't feel anything at the lack of abstract thinking for too long. The magma crab has given birth to triplets. Good for you, magma crab. Magma crab is now magma mommy. I feel like magma crabs are very, very likely to have litters instead of like individual children. Because they seem to always, you know, do that. Triplets thing. Based on my very observant examinations from this fortress, is that they tend to always have triplets. It's a cloud of offspring, yeah. And they definitely do spring off like a cloud. The walls also have the issue the rivers do. What's the issue that the walls have with the rivers? Do they just look the same?
This is madness! Madness. This is stone. This is
Yeet. Hobo, do they have a version of that that isn't signed? Can I just say Steve Vai's website? Kind of shit. I'm looking at this right now. Can I just say kind of shit? Like, kind of shit website. Like, it's kind of trash. That is very expensive, though, but it is signed. I don't know. Just for reference, Steve Vai's website. Like, this looks like... I'm looking for a made in Squarespace. Or no, it's a merch now. But it's just like... that background, though. Like, this is painful to use. A really bad website. Hobo, we have new emotes now. They are by followers for followers. The neon green, yeah, it's like it's like a higher resolution's GeoCities website. But we have some new emotes now. They're for followers by followers. We have 4 of them. Yeah, we've made some additions. I think Burr is probably my favorite. That's the beer you post when you've had too many. Also, that Godin Dwarf finally died as well. This was one that went kind of nuts. Oh, that is the one you meant? Yeah. Oh, jeez. God. Christ. Wow. Who made this website? They should be sued. No, I will not accept your cookies because of how bad that text is. What the fuck? What the actual? You think that Crypt Burr is amazing? Well, I think it's pretty amazing too. Animal did Burr. FG did Sappy. Animal did Plurk. And Stone did Knockoff. It's been a pretty solid community effort so far, I think. It's like the good old days of just sourcing emotes. All right, chat, draw an emote. What do you want? I don't know, make it. What am I looking at, Cyrolac? Oh. It's like a very, very simple rip emote. Fair enough. Also, I would like to remind everybody that Cyrolax, Dwarf in this Fortress, wrote a book called An Introduction to Breathing. Just in case anyone forgot. Oy vey. There's just something about that book title that's very funny to me. Wait, what's happening? October 19 in Fort Lauderdale? An introduction to breathing or breathing for beginners? A step-by-step instruction. Oh, are you going to go see him then? Because I would just like, if you're thinking about buying merch, just wait until the show. It's a very topical emote to current day and age. Cyrolac? I wish it looped better. Because I'd run it forwards and then backwards instead of like not making it loop well. Also, don't you you're one of those people who owns a few records but you don't own a record player, yeah? Because the show I'm going to a show in October. I need to look at actually what day in October it is. I bought a ticket and I didn't look at what day it was. Oh, never mind. Not October. November. Wait, no, that's wrong. That's the last one I went to. Hold up. Ah, no. Ticketmaster, you suck. this website. By that I mean Ticketmaster. Oh, okay. Gotcha. October 10th is the show that I have tickets for, which is Death Angel, Exodus, and Testament. That's the show that I'm going to in October. Assuming it happens. Ironically, Death Angel was the last show I went to before the pandemic. Not the first show back. And when I saw them in, yeah, for $40, it was pretty good. And when I saw them last, it was, because I've seen all of those bands, just not in that set. Like I've seen Testament several times. I've seen Death Angel twice. Once as an opener and once headlining. And I've seen Exodus once. But when I saw Death Angel last, the show was supposed to end at 11 p.m., they turned the lights on and kicked us all out at 2 o'clock in the morning, which is the only time that's ever happened at that venue. It's the only time I've ever actually had the lights come on and them say, all right, guys, you have to leave. They just kept doing encores, and then they started doing covers at a point, and then at some point, the band just brought out a couple bottles of Jack Daniels and they just kept playing. It was like the last or the second to last show on that tour or something, and they're just like, yeah, fuck it. What do you guys want us to play? Metallica covers? Let's fucking go. And shit like that. They just literally started taking crowd chanting requests. It was very strange. Maybe the strangest show I've ever been to ever. They just kept playing. It was like a 4.5 hour set by the time it ended. So... They're just like, I don't know why we're still here. We should probably leave. Anyway, what song do you guys want to hear? AC/DC? Let's play TNT. Let's go. It was very funny. Very odd show. So, they probably won't do that again. But, good fond memories. It was a good show to go to. It was just strange that it just kept going. It's the weirdest bit about it. We're slaughtering kangaroos. Get to sell some stuff to humans. You been released from prison yet, Diamond? Yes, you have. Diamond, congratulations. You're officially out of prison. For, no real discernible reason. I'm still not sure why you were sent to prison. But... Well, Animal, thank you very much for the $15 towards buying me a new record stylus. For reference, today, in order to pay off that stylus, I still need another... How much money in revenue have I made so far? I'm going to do some math here. $17, and then I've broken even on the day because I bought a stylus for the record player at the start of the stream. So if we make another $17 in bits and tips, then I will be breaking even. Animal is also in the process of making an MS Paint tile set. Can I just say, Animal, number one, this is going to need to be a higher resolution, so just a warning, but fun, exclamation point, and I want to know what the cool S is for. What exactly is the cool S for? I also like that the dwarves are like line, smiley face, and line, smiley face with sword. That's pretty good. Oh, no. But thank you for your glorious contribution to my birthday shitty tile sets charity stream, which, as always, is going to be awful. And I hope that you guys enjoy it as much as I do. And hopefully we can raise a bunch of money for charity. The At has a sword? You are not wrong. The At does indeed have a sword. I've never seen Steve Vai, so I don't know if that's a good price or a bad price. Chad, has anybody here seen Steve Vai in concert before? You know, if you could go see Steve Vai with Devin Townsend, like returning as frontman, I would spend a ludicrous amount of money. But Steve Vai by himself, nah. For 2 tickets, that doesn't sound bad. I mean, I'm sure that would be a fine enough show. The cool S is that symbol? That's not one you'd see very often. We've got make a granite scepter. You know what? Someone needs to make a boyfriend dungeon themed tile set. Just because Kit Fox would fucking love that, but that would be too much effort. You put the door in the wrong place. So the door is the wrong tile. Excellent. I don't even know if you should leave it like that or not. The wrong. So wait, which one is the door tile then? So you'll fix it? Okay. That's very funny. Well, I'm glad that you're doing some beta testing of this tile. Speaking of beta testing tile sets, hi Cutest. Also Cutest, if you missed it, we have some follower emotes now. So even if your sub runs out, I think you have like a 6-month gift, but even if your sub runs out, you still have some glorious emotes that you can now use, including Crypt Sappy, Crypt Burr, and the rest of them. Sappy was drawn by one FG, so shoutouts to FG for drawing us a Sappy. Crypt Burr is what you beer when you've had too much beer. And then Crypt Plurk is what happens when you MS Paint but you're lurking. And yeah. Crypt Knockoff's a knockoff classic. Looks like a ghost. It kind of does, doesn't it? See, chat, this is how we spread wonder and enjoyment and happiness between people in this chat room with very little effort. I think Crypt Burr is probably my favorite just because beer go burr. But, you know, aside from Dwarf go burr, you know, it's pretty good. You're off to bed. You have a good night, animal. Cheers. But sleep well, animal. Ta-ta. For now. How come you have the number 2 bits badge when you're definitely in number 1? What? This is confused. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Fixed and bye. Bye. Sleep well, animal. Oh, although in regards to comments or concerts that I'm excited for, next week on the 31st, my stream is only going to go for a very short period of time, unfortunately. I'm only going to be able to stream for about 8 hours next week on Tuesday. Because in the evening, I'm going to go see Holy Fuck, which is a concert that I shit you not, I bought a ticket for in 2018. That is a concert I bought a ticket for in 2018. It got delayed. It got delayed again. It got delayed. It got refunded. I got a coupon for the same price for the ticket. Then they sent me a discount. I paid again. I still have that coupon gift card thingy with some money left on it, I suppose. Then they delayed it one more time, and I bought a second ticket. And pandemic's not over, but at least I finally get to see Holy Fuck. Let's sell some stuff to humans. Also, I don't think... No, they didn't. Only one human faction showed up to trade, and no royal treasure. Strange. Worth noting. So yeah, I get to go see Holy Fuck next week. And I was thinking about going to go see Symphony X, but turns out I'm recording a podcast at that exact time, and that's this Friday, so I will not be going to go see Symphony X this weekend, which kind of makes me sad because the developer of Odd Realm's going to that show. So I kind of wanted to go to that show as an excuse to, like, say hi and actually introduce myself properly instead of just talking to him on Discord, like, once every 6 months. But it's not going to happen because that's the time, or 9 p.m. is the time that works for Suey to record a podcast. So thus, we're going to record a podcast at that time. Got into an argument with Dragon. Oh, no. That was very exhilarating. Well, good for you. Taigo improved their clothes making, and they're satisfied. Although something that I'm really looking forward to is end of July, a thing that I got a ticket for, which was quite cheap for one day. They're doing a outdoor music festival / beer festival in the Peony. So Hobo got to go there with me once. The fairgrounds. We went there when you were over here once with the roller coaster and all that shit. So that whole area, for $40, you get an all rides pass for all of the rides, plus 10 drink tickets, which are 10 tasters, and concerts. But the music is all like various indie pop groups that neither of us really care about. So we're just going for the beer and roller coasters. So in July, I get to go ride roller coasters and drink beer, which is definitely going to end well, right? No one's going to die. Definitely not. So, looks like it's going to be a busy summer. Even though I ain't traveling very much. Just going to Quebec briefly. Also, chat room. If you guys want to do me a huge favor. I uploaded some videos to YouTube in the past few days. Go leave comments and likes on them. Tell the algorithm that people care. Regardless of if people actually do. Goes a long way. Yes, we're going to go drink beer and ride on roller coasters and hopefully not die. I kind of love the way the dwarf thoughts read on your on this tile set that you're posting screenshots of, Stone. This kind of looks awesome. You know what I mean? It's like, please don't take this the wrong way. It's like a little kid's like handwriting almost. Is the kind of the way it looks, or like someone's handwriting, like in like a notebook, with like a paper backing color. Like this would look really cool. Like if you kind of gave it like a beige background, like with a custom color set, this could actually look awesome. You'll watch them tomorrow? True. Fair. Appreciate you. YouTube has decided that I don't need to be in the algorithm anymore. It's kind of the gist that I've come to. Like, we're definitely on the Like, we're above where we were before the algorithm gave me a big old kick in the, like, boost and help. But we've slowed down dramatically. So I'm trying to keep that going a little longer than maybe YouTube wants to. But we'll see. We'll see. Something I have noticed, though, is all of my DF release date videos have started getting an increase in views. Every single video I've ever made talking about potential release dates is, like, started getting views again. So people are, like, getting hype, maybe? I don't know. It's hard to say. But that's a thing that's been happening. Also, to those of you who were able to catch it, because I know some of you who are here were able to catch it, what do you guys think of the Monday streams on Hyperstrange's channel? Epion says that the 2-hour time limit's kind of problematic, which I do agree with. 2 hours is quite short, but what do you guys think of those so far? After 1 week of it. Something was kind of funny, though. Afterwards, after I finished streaming, the guy who set it up basically was like, hey, if you have any questions on anything regarding stuff, just, like, let me know. And I was like, well, you never did technically pay me for a thing that, because they licensed one of my YouTube videos a little while ago. They never paid me. And so I just was like, maybe now's the time that I should bring that up. It's like, hey, I'm still kind of waiting on this payment thing that you were supposed to pay me 3 months ago. And it came down to, oh, no, wait. Okay, number one, oh, shit, that should have gone through. How the heck did this happen? I'm so sorry, yada, yada, all that crap. And then just, wait, where did you send it? And I posted the email that I sent it to. And he goes, well, why would you send it to that email? Who would send you that email? That's our, like, basically, like, the redirect spam email. And I'm just like, you did. He goes, really? I sent him a screenshot of him saying, like, where to send the payment invoice. He's just like, oh, no, I must have just been copy-pasting things. I'm so like, a bunch of other people might have, like, not gotten paid, which I thought was very funny. So it's been sorted, but it's just very amusing to me. I'm not going to stop being amused by that one for a while. Even I mean, you saw a quarter of it. Cutest. You paid a medical bill with an international wire transfer. Why did you use an international wire? Was that the only way they accept payment? That's like, I pay my taxes with a wire transfer because it's the cheapest way to do it. I either can do it directly via wire transfer through the bank or just through mobile. And I usually just do it via my phone. Like, I literally, like, I hit 4 buttons on my phone to pay my taxes. Once I know how much I owe, I just send that amount off and it's good. But every year I just get this anxiety of, did I actually pay them? And they haven't complained yet. There was one time it was like the second year I paid my taxes that way. I'm like on year 5 of doing it that way now. And I sent like $20 extra or something. And like 6 months later, I received a check from Revenue Services Canada for $20. So my theory is I'm paying my taxes correctly because I overpaid by $20 and they sent me a refund. So I must be doing something right. Huh. You're not a citizen of that country. Now I want to know what country it is, but you don't need to boot out any more information than you want to. I've been slowly uploading my VODs of Citizen Sleeper to YouTube, and I've had a couple people basically say, this game seems really cool by around part 2. I'm going to go buy it and play it. Thanks for these videos, which is real neat. Hello, Frosty Mug. How are you? Welcome to the channel. We received a check from the IRS for $7.95 because they owed you interest on something? Huh. So, true story. My ex screwed up her taxes really fucking bad. Shortly after we moved in. Like, after we'd been living together for like, I don't know, a year and a half. and she screwed her taxes up really fucking bad and ended up massively overpaying for her taxes and then also medical here. So she ended up paying like the equivalent of someone who's making 6 figures for our socialized healthcare bills. So I don't actually pay for healthcare because I don't make enough money, and she shouldn't have back then. But she screwed up her taxes so badly, which is ironic because her dad helped her do her taxes and her dad was a tax advisor. Anyway, she screwed up her taxes so badly that it put her in the wrong tax bracket and had her paying like 15 times what she should have been paying or something. So she was paying like $300 a month for medical. Didn't tell me. Just didn't mention it. Never, like, it did, for some reason, just didn't mention it. Anyway, we're no longer together for a lot of reasons. But she just didn't mention it. And then about 4 years later, I opened one of her bills on mistake and read it and was like, what the fuck? Because I thought it was mine. I was just opening up a stack of bills, right? And asked her about it, and she was like, I thought that's just what I owed. And I'm just like, that's not what you owe. Anyway, so after like being on like the phone for 3 days and talking to a bunch of government agencies, she got a check in the mail. It was for like $6,000 or something stupid like that. It was a very large lump sum of money that she got back from Revenue Services for just like paying a bill she wasn't supposed to be for 2 years. It was kind of wild. But hey, it's the savings account you didn't know that you had. Cost me a lot of money on rent. But you know. Because who uses checks? Well, fun fact, check is spelt this way. That check is like this. That's a check. But a cashable check is with a Q, my friend, because I'm from Canada. But, and the rest of the world, I guess you could spell it wrong. But who uses checks? My parents do. My parents pay all of their employees in checks. My dad carries a checkbook with him. I've never actually had to fill out a check. You know, I think that Crypt Sappy is what happens when you get hit with a bop and go flying. Or what happens when you get hit by FGF's wood and then you go flying. Player prop! I'm excited for Tarn to be able to go work on something that isn't Dwarf Fortress, and I'm excited for a very large influx of new people playing Dwarf Fortress and hopefully growth for my YouTube and Twitch channels, Frosty Mug. But am I actually excited for it? I mean, I'm already playing the game, and the game isn't changing that much. I mean, it's like color versus color. One person's right and the other person's wrong, and the answer is the perspective of where you're currently looking at your monitor, but I'm still going to correct you. Prop, really? Last day of vacation already? You're having a steak for dinner? I had a steak for dinner the other day to kind of celebrate doing the first stream for, why am I blanking? Hyper Strange. It was a good steak. I haven't had a steak all year. I think the last steak I had was... I can't actually remember. It was a while ago. It's been a while since I had a steak. Because it's a very easy craft to repeat that requires skill, so any dwarf that wants to master a skill will get a lot of happy moods from it. There's a bunch of... like, it's the same as, like, rock crafting, but... you know, you don't have to actually produce an item. Then you were punished when you got to school. Think about it this way. You were punished for reading books. Although I've started spelling tire with a Y again, even though we don't do that in Canada. But for me, tire is a very specific type of tire that's only used in Formula 1. It's like a T-I-R-E is a type of tire that you put on a normal, like, motor vehicle that somebody owns. A T-Y-R-E is a tire that you put onto a racing vehicle. Oh, really? Okay, so you have a few more days. So where are you headed to next then? If you're done in Florida. I hope that you've enjoyed Hobo's part of town. I don't know where in Florida you are, but if you're in Fort Lauderdale, you got to go hang out with Hobo before the day's out. I mean, I don't get religious behaviors about grammar and spelling, but I do get kind of bothered when I see people spell color without a U. It looks so wrong without a U. Dogmatic? Annoying is the word I would use. It's like I'm a grown ass adult and I still spell two and or mix up 2 and 2. You have a hard time fighting the autocorrect? I don't. You want to know why? I disabled it. Auto cucumber is the enemy. Must destroy. Seeing what other golds we have. We do have gold. Only a few of them, though. At least we have plenty of electrum. Trying a new pattern idea for down here. Maybe other places, too. I mean that's what I do. But frankly, I don't use autocorrect, and if I'm in a situation where I can't type coherently, I just use voice to text. I will just yell at my phone. I don't know how you could possibly mix those two up. Sorry, I had to say it because it was right there. Bit on the nose, but here we go. This is pattern 2. Attempt. Weaving lots of thread into cloth. Birds are socializing. Oh, shit. What? I'm even... Oh. Chat, I'm even more confused. Guess who came back? Hold up. Whitcode came back. L-I-K-T, Jurist. Lick Jurist. Dwarf's not dead. No, didn't come back from the dead. This is the living dwarf in the flesh. I mean, is 153 years old. He's a spy? Nope. Not true. That is bizarre. All right. Doppelganger? I mean, we'll soon be dead, but No, so essentially what happened was I sent a dwarf off to go do a thing, and then the dwarf came back. No, trust me, this is the same dwarf. I mean, we can even go into dental records. Her upper right back teeth are still gone. So they're not lying. This is definitely the same dwarf. It's just fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. But good news, Pilot. I ordered a new stylus for the record player for the stream. Bad news is I haven't paid for it in Twitch revenue yet today. But we're getting another one. So much information. Most of it isn't relevant. That's the thing. Like it's a lot of it looks a lot worse than it is. It's like this top bit, recent thoughts. This is like who they're married to. This is where they've lived / the citizens thereof, because it's all color coded, right? This is their age. This is their description. This is their likes and dislikes, how strong they are, their mental fortitude. This is the species that they is the dwarfs. And this is like their outlook on life, essentially, and this is their personality, and then this is their needs. So large portions of this, it's like, oh, it looks so big and scary, but in reality, it's really, really not. I mean, as an example, if I come to a file location, I can show you something pretty quickly. Just let me grab a thing, go to this thing, go to this, go to this, open up this. So this is a screenshot from the Steam version, right? This is the same information, pretty much. With the exception of like some's going to be in there, some's going to be in there, some's going to be in there under different tabs. But this is basically like all of that information is going to fit in here and in here. So it's just how it's formatted. It's really not actually that scary a chunk of information. In fact, I would say it's quite reasonable. I actually quite like the big page full of text. It's kind of funny because like I mentioned I had the balls to mention in a video that I quite liked the big page full of text, and I had a bunch of people just like blatantly insulting me in the comment section, going like, "You're a deranged maniac if you think that is like a nice way to display information." It's like, I don't know. I've read a book before. I know what a page looks like, and that just kind of looks like a page out of a book to me. So I quite like it. But, you know, maybe I'm a deranged maniac. At least parts of the internet seem to think so. How many more scepters are we making? 57! Well, at the very least, we're getting close to the end of the scepters. Are you new to Dwarf Fortress, Frosty Mug? Since you asked me about if I'm excited about the Steam version. The actual honest answer about the Steam version is not really. There's a few like specific changes that are being made for the Steam version that I'm quite excited about. Like being able to build on floors. Very excited about that. Massive game changer. Huge deal. But there's also lots of things that like I'm kind of indifferent about that don't really affect the way I play the game. So like mouse, that's not a cool thing. In fact, that's actually kind of a negative for me. Everything requiring mouse support. Like there's certain things about it that I'm like, that's not a positive, but the wide community feels that it is, so I will agree. I'm mostly just excited for it to be finished so that Zach and Tarn can, you know, stop working on the boring, monotonous, repetitive aligning of UI elements with like scroll bars and buttons and clickable things and all that crap, and replacing it with the completing of the bits and pieces of the roadmap that Zach and Tarn actually enjoy going about doing. So, I mean, like the last time I spoke with Tarn and Zach, Zach basically said that Tarn has a hard time getting out of bed some days because he doesn't want to, you know, go work on UI elements. And like, You know, there's parts of my job that I love, right? Like I make videos on the internet and stream video games on the internet for a living. Like that's my job, right? The part that I love about my job is recording podcasts, recording videos, talking to you guys. There are parts of my job that I don't like, you know, like banning people from my YouTube channel when they leave racist comments on my YouTube channel or ask me to off myself. Parts of editing I really don't enjoy. But there are parts of my job that I love. Tarn really enjoys the part of Dwarf Fortress where he's designing systems and doing research and adding interesting things to the game. That's the part of the game that Tarn really enjoys. The part that he doesn't enjoy is, you know, doing UI, which is why the UI looked like this for so long, because he just had no interest in it, and it wasn't something that made him, it wasn't something that sparked joy, I guess, in the creation process of Dwarf Fortress. So instead of, like, you know, spending all of this time working on UI, he spent a lot of time working on systems. And for the past, like, well, I guess since the beginning of 2020, because they announced the premium version a good chunk of time before they actually started working on it. Like the tile set started being prototyped in, like, I think it was like 2017 or 2018 or something, but the actual, like, premium version didn't start development until like spring 2020. So it actually hasn't been as long as some people seem to think. Some people seem to think that, like, oh, it's been in, like, development since it was announced. No, they announced it too early. They should have waited another year before announcing it. But I digress. Anyway, the actual thing that I'm excited for is for it to be done so that Tarn can go work on things that he's excited to work on again. Because Dwarf Fortress is a game that exists because one person is very, 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 very crazy about updating, adding to, and maintaining, or two people are rather very crazy and interested in updating, maintaining, and working on this game as a life's project. And burnout is a bitch, and if you get burnt out on that project, that just sucks. So I don't want Tarn to get burnt out, and I don't want him to not want to work on the game anymore and not enjoy working on the game anymore. I just want him to enjoy working on the game. Anyway, I've been rambling about nothing for about 10 minutes and nobody's said anything, so clearly it's boring. If there's anything you guys want to talk about that isn't related to what I've been blabbing about, feel free to bring it up in chat. Because I'm just rambling and, like, maintaining dwarves right now. Problem is we've lost about 6 dwarves today, which is a huge deal. All right, let's try this again. What's up, Stuart? Wonder if Radio Free can come back. Let's try that. Let's try you and you. Location? All right, wit code. You were pretty good at your job previously. Send you back out. Listening intently. Brr. Patus? They're very mouth-like beaks. What the heck is a patus? That is a creepy-looking bird. What the fuck? Jesus. That is a... Okay, first off... That's... Me after a long night out. Yeah, no, I just Googled it. But so there's that. But let me just grab you this. That's going to kill you in your sleep and eat your babies. It's like an owl with the fluff removed. The hell is that shit, man? That's like an alien. I mean, like, seriously, what the fuck? This shit looks like something you'd see in a Korean horror comic. That or, like, it's actually just Pac-Man. They pretend to be bits of trees, and then they scream at you. Sitting here waiting for your AI-generated dwarves to cook for the tile set? Wait, are you, like, actually generating a tile set? See, now that's just kind of majestic, right? But that's just terrifying. So, I don't know, man. Speaking of terrifying. It's a fucking gremlin. And I wouldn't elect this one for mayor. Yeah, and I maintain they are terrifying looking. Absolutely terrifying. You took all of the creature tiles and threw them in? Oh my god. Real curious to see what it comes out looking as. Who's my strongest dwarf? That's not really an answerable question. Like, Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about stats. Like, I can't... I literally can't answer that question for you. I have plenty of dwarves that are absolutely inexhaustible and indefatigable, but do I have, like, a specific number? No. Is the great moaning roll that the Great Patu vocalizes throughout the night, creating an unsettling atmosphere? You know, ghosts aren't real, right? They just aren't. Like, there's no science backing up the existence of ghosts or monsters in the night or anything. But I completely understand why uneducated people who don't know of the existence of certain birds would believe that ghosts exist. Because of shit like that. Because of shit like that. We're all the way up to late summer, about to hit fall again. We're going to hit year 400 today, chat. Look at that, 399. For those of you who don't know what this fortress is, we're trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years. I've been streaming this one fortress since August 2020. Cool birds. They're pretty cool. Terrifying, but cool. It's like an owl from hell. Although, like, have you ever seen an owl walking? Because owls walking is one of the creepiest things ever. Although, this is maybe one of my favorite photos ever. Shoutouts to Hanny here, who has the copyright for this image. But, like, look at this shit. It's one of my favorite photos just in history. It's a baby barn owl going for a jog. I'm pretty... This should be the, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? The reference art for the owl man in Dwarf Fortress. Because, like... this one's also pretty good. Like... Owls have way too much of a human-like leg structure when they walk. It's kind of weird. This is just going for a waddle. Oh, here's another good one. Because owls are actually just like all leg, right? Actually opened up too. This one looks like they've had a rough afternoon. And then there's this one. Just trying to get a better look at you. Owls are cute, but to a degree. I had a great owl fly over my head. Great horned owl fly over my head last year. And land next to the road. Pick up a piece of roadkill and fly away. Which was fine, aside from the fact that it flew maybe about that high above my head, and I felt wind as it flew over. Scared the crap out of me. It's like it was threatening me that if I went for its food, it would just like claw my head off. Can I just say, you know, I spent a lot of money and spent a lot of time and effort with Cooler drawing these amazing, beautiful emotes. And why do I have this feeling that the, not awful, but hilariously bad community emotes that you guys have drawn are going to become the most popular emotes for the next couple weeks? I Paint Burbs does a lot of owls doing human things. Today she was working on a hootenanny animation with a dancing owl and a cowboy hat. I could see that. But even when you type in burr, you still get the better beer emote replaced with it. So, you know. Also, that's good. We were able to help Hyper Strange TV get past 76 followers. For those of you who don't know, I stream on this channel on Mondays now for 2 hours, 11 a.m. Pacific until 1 p.m. Pacific. It's a paid gig that I have now. I show up and play Jupiter Hell for, like, a few hours. So if you want to catch those streams, you can follow that account. Looks like, yeah, I'm gonna shoot you and drinking some burr. It does, you know, that little combo there tells a story. It's like Dwarf knockoff drinking burr, and the undead skeleton is gonna, like, jump over the thing and shoot an arrow at him or something. But yeah, there will be a few other streams per week on that channel as well. There's a link to their schedule. Like if you go to this thing, you can click on this. It'll take you to their schedule and you'll see what days and times and local time zones that I'll be streaming. Which is kind of funny because most of them are going to be happening in the middle of the night my time. Just like, well, guess I won't be able to see any of those. It looks like we've hit spring. Methinks. Better we're into fall. Can't remember if it was snowing yet. I think we're into fall. Yeah, we're into fall. Fall or winter. One of the two. Probably fall because, yeah, we haven't had tributes yet, so fall. Back to fall. Kind of looks like he's wearing a cowboy hat because it's red and it's like flatter than the hat on Crypt Lurk is. It kind of looks like a cowboy hat. All right. So, yes, we're in fall. The humans have arrived with their annual tributes and are bringing them over. Can you guys do... Wait, hold on a second. I'm going to see. Can we do emote modifiers on those? Dang it, we can't. Man. That sucks. I wanted to do flat burr. I wanted to do a flat burr, but I can't. That's unfortunate. like slowing down for combat? Nope. Game's tied to the frame rate. So the game moves at the speed of the frame rate. You can manually lower the speed of the frame rate and manually increase it. But if your fort's been running for a while, it just runs at the speed that it runs at. Because like there will be a point where even if you increase or lower the frame rate, it's not going to change much. Also, this is Radio Free Olive, a dwarf that we brought back. What was the other one that we brought back? And the Scoid too. So I've brought back 2 exceptionally depressed dwarves. So we can bring some of them back. That's good. That's what I'm talking about, Stone. You can increase the frame rate manually, but if I were to increase the frame rate on this fort, it's not actually going to change anything. Like, it's not going to fix things. Let's see who else we can bring back. So, 2 dwarves did come back. Actually, I'm kind of curious about how old Radio Free Olive is. Kind of curious. Not going to bring back Jimmy Tibby just yet. You know what? Fuck it. Let's try bringing back Jimmy Tibby, who I literally just sent away. We're going to bring you back. So we're back up to 31 dwarves. So Radio Free Olive is 93. And the Scoid is 91. Wait, do I have Scoid 2 and Scoid 3? I do. So I brought back Darren 2. And so we have Darren the 2nd and Darren the 3rd here now. Also, that's interesting. Hold up. So the Scoid has a husband. Darren has a husband. And no kids. I think that the Squid got married. Yeah. So the Squid got married. So, okay. So hold on a second. I brought back Darren's 2nd dwarf, the Squid 2, right? That dwarf got married and brought their husband back here. Risen Banner Bodice. While they were gone, they got married at some point and have now come back with their husband. That's actually really cool. So if you expel a dwarf and leave them in a hillox for X number of years, they might be married when they come back. That is fascinating. Yeah, we literally just got a free dwarf. But we have to be very careful about how we actually do this. The other one come back? Scoid, and then where's Radio Free Olive? Did you bring someone? Also, Radio Free Olive brought Bembool, their wife. So both of them got married and they both brought their spouse back. Yeah. Who's also a new member of the fortress. So I sent 2 dwarves off to basically exile for various crimes. And now they're back with their spouses. Hopefully they don't tantrum. Hopefully like we can recover them and make their day better. Their moods haven't improved. But one of my theories is that if you have a migrant show up from another fortress in the current version, so not the version that I'm playing in right now, but the version after this one, it removes their stress. I'd be willing to bet that if you expelled stressed dwarves to a helix for X number of times, so a hill dwarf site, when they come back, they're probably not going to be stressed anymore. Anyway, Stone, let me know when you got this. Because it is that time. It is fall. And scroll. Curious about how much is in this one. All right, not as much as the last one. Man, you know, I made a mistake, chat room. I opened up Twitter. I'm just gonna post something and screaming. I haven't read this article yet, but I'll have to read this afterwards. And if you don't know what that is, that's fine. It's probably best that you don't. Weird fucking world that we live in. But on the bright side, dwarves might bring their spouses if you expel them, or they might go get married if you expel them. Oh Christ, right? Like I need to read the whole article, but it's on a legitimate source. TLDR, I'll just read the headline out loud. ISIS is planning to assassinate George W. Bush in Dallas. Thanks, Forbes. Good Lord. Anyway, the count's almost up to 200, so that's pretty cool. So last week, we finished Citizen Sleeper. So we get to figure out what we're going to do for evening games this week. I don't need this to be a secret, but on so those of you who've been watching me for a while will know that I put out various interviews with various developers from time to time. I have an interview scheduled and questions written for this Friday with one half of Punk Cake, the people who made Shotgun King. So I'm working on a video for Shotgun King. So that's going to be cool. Hey, Trizuka, what's up? You're going to take a long nap before work tonight. You have a good night. Thanks, Big Finit, for hanging out. And thanks for enjoying the silly read-along room, you know? Cheers. But yeah, so there will be sometime in the next month, I would say. I don't know how long it'll take me to actually make it, but sometime in the next month, there will be a interview on the YouTube channel with Punk Cake. Whenever I'm done editing that. So that's a thing that's going to be getting worked on over the next little bit. Quavenair, hello! It's been a weird day in the fort today, but
Aloha.
your dwarf has been a very good captain of the guard. Or was a very good captain of the guard. And then got removed from the job. But, you know, and then put back in the job. You were captain of the guard, then you weren't captain of the guard, then you were captain of the guard again, and now you're not the captain of the guard currently. Currently, Zatsuki's captain of the guard, and you are the broker. Because it's bad to have unbelievably strong and basically unbreakable and very agile and slow to tire captain of the guards. So instead, you're just angry and afraid upon reliving experiencing trauma because you kind of killed Kick Roast, Aqua, and Balinor. But, you know, aside from that, you're doing all right. Yeah, you're doing all right these days. You've calmed down a bit. But chat, can I get a big round of beer and or burrs and or various other beer emotes for that resub? Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 8 months. Welcome back. Boop. And also, for those of you just tuning in, we have some follower emotes because apparently I was the last channel on Twitch to get follower emotes turned on. So we have some follower emotes now. They are terrible or amazing, depending on your definition of terrible, versions of some of our other emotes. Made by the community. So we have one spot left. FG made one, Animal made two, and Stone made one. So, you know, I was kind of thinking about making like a ridiculously expensive tier on my Discord where you get to select an emote, but I feel like that might be a little bit shitty. Or a ridiculously expensive tier on my Patreon, not on Discord. But I was just like, that might be a bit shitty, so I don't think so. Intentionally interesting. Yeah, there you go. Thought-provoking. The rule is they have to be drawn in MS Paint, and they're very much all drawn in MS Paint. So there are no layers. None whatsoever. So now we have beer, rocks, wine, and burr. you have burr after you've had beer, rocks, and wine. So after you've had too many, you're then just all burr. I don't know. Last Longdeath you watched, you were in jail? Well, I mean, you're not in jail anymore. You haven't been in jail for a while, actually. Maybe you should make MS Paint Debug Man. That would just be Bug Man, wouldn't it? Soren being slow. You know what? Now that you pointed out, looks like it. Well, they're working their way. I'm kind of surprised you haven't just literally drawn a gremlin yet, Diamond. A training weapon? It's not the right color. So I think it's a real one. It's not going to happen. Fair enough. I mean, there's part of me that's like real tempted to do something with those 1-bit versions of those emotes that you did. Like, these look way too cool to me, but I like 1-bit variations of things. And I don't really... I mean, I guess I could make 2 of them into a wide combo, but I don't really want to do that. Like, if I were to do a wide emote, I'd just do the whole thing and put it up on, what's it called? What's it called? FFC. How's the death? Long? Still long, not death yet. Today we learned that if you... 1 silver short sword, there you go, it's a real weapon. If you expel a dwarf to a helix and let them stay there for 20 years and invite them back, they might come back married. Because I brought 2 dwarves back that had been expelled for a long time. And I'm trying, in the process of bringing back a 3rd, and both of them are married. Which I think is interesting. And they both brought their spouse, which is also interesting. So maybe that's like a new strat, is take like a super happy dwarf, expel them to a helix, and then invite them back like 25 years later. Maybe that's like a new strat that we've just come up with here. No. The gremlin thing I think is mostly just a meme at this point. I don't actually expect anything to happen on the gremlin front. Considering we haven't even seen a forgotten beast in like 100 years, let alone a gremlin. Aside from the ones that are already on the map that haven't left. So I don't expect anything to ever come from that, really. Problem is this dwarf is completely nuts. So I'm just kind of hoping that you can just go. And hang out up in the tavern. Try my best to keep you happy. How about you? This one's actually like very much recoverable. Rating raspy voice aside. That is a... So they're equipping clothing. So currently, this dwarf is running around with an earring and a ring on their thumb, an iron pick, 2 socks, and 2 gloves, and a tunic. At least you have the tunic on. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're in the age of legends. I think we're in the age of we're not in the age of myth anymore. We haven't. Hold on, just let me go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki and look up the different ages, as I could tell you which one we're in. That is not the wiki page I wanted to be on. Yeah, we're in the age of legends. So we were in the age of myth when we started. We're now in the age of legends. I'm kind of expecting us to hit the age of heroes pretty soon, which is the number of living powers in Mega Beasts is greater than 0, but less than 1/3 of what it was when the world began. Because stuff is just slowing down. That or the age of 3 powers. But, well, actually, no, we wouldn't hit the age of 3 powers because there's still enough goblins left. But Age of Legends is what we're currently in. It wouldn't surprise me at all if we moved into the Age of Heroes in the future. I've always wanted to see a world in the Age of Emptiness. Technically, we're fighting with goblins, but I'm not fighting with anybody in this fort. But the Mountain Home is technically fighting with goblins. So, chat, that stylus that I ordered this morning that's supposed to be delivered, it's a replacement record player stylus, claims that it's going to arrive today. It's like your guaranteed delivery date is Tuesday, May 24th. I ordered it today at like 8 a.m. If it actually arrives today, I'm going to be extremely impressed. Because I don't think I've had same-day delivery from Amazon ever, actually. And apparently it's on its way to be delivered today. That's impressive. Which, by the way, is this thingamabib. So, it's not cheap, but hey. That means maybe, well, hopefully, tomorrow we'll have a new stylus because I can set up a new stylus. No, we have a king. We've had a king for like 150 years. King Massive. Gravel relics. And who's currently demanding a crutch. We had one king and then like, I don't know, 40 years of no king, and then we had a second king. Yeah, no, Longdeath has had some form of royalty in the fortress for the majority of Longdeath at this point, I would say. Because we've had about, I don't know, maybe about 200 years worth of having kings. We had about 30 with a baron before their leg got ripped off. And they bled to death. We have a mayor. It's supposed to arrive before 10 p.m. Sarlacc. Kade was the king for a long while. I think that this king has been the king for longer than Kade. The funny thing about Kade is Kade was somebody that tuned into the stream once for 30 minutes and got a child named after them. Because, like, I went back and looked up that user at one point. So I was like, I feel like I never saw you. I don't think that Kade knows that they're like this legend of this fortress. It kind of makes it better, though, in a way. Satisfied while crying on somebody in charge, eh? Well, we're in early autumn. We haven't traded yet. I'm going to wait for the trading to be done. Once trading is done... Oh, shit. Outpost Liaison's back. Once trading is done, we are going to just lock the dwarves in the tavern for the winter, I think. Do we have a sock smell? No, we don't. We haven't had a sock smell in a while because sock smell hasn't been tuning into the streams as much or has been as active. But I think sock smell had a whole bunch of dwarves in a really short period of time. I'm sure that there will be another sock smell in the future, but currently we do not have a sock smell. I mean, always gremlin from air, naturally. Like, because I've been streaming less and streaming less of Longdeath, time has been moving slower and people have been losing track about what's been going on in Longdeath. But more people watch the VOD when they go up on YouTube. And people seem more interested in actually watching Longdeath. So even though I'm streaming it less and I'm streaming less, I think it's been better for Longdeath as a whole, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, it's not just you though. Like if I go to my YouTube channel, and go to analytics, go to last 48 hours, scroll down. Longdeath Part 1 has had 120 views. This is just Part 1. Has had 120 views in the last 48 hours, right? Normally it gets like 30 every 24 hours. Like people have started watching it more, which I think's interesting. Oh, really now? Like the most recent episode or just like random episodes? Because that's all I'm doing. I've done all of the editing on that. So if the edit sucks, you can yell at me. It's fine. The one before most recent? The one before most recent, I had to censor a lot of swear words. And then the night after that episode came out, I was hanging out in Kiri's stream, and she's just like, you guys, why? Or she just asked, she's like, or what's her name? Where FG hosted, or where Kiri hosted? If it was episode 17, then that would be the one that Kiri hosted. I just put up episode 19, but Kiri was just like, why are you cursing? Like, why are you censoring the curse words? And I'm just like, because you have a PG stream, like, and so for your audience, like, we don't swear. And she's just like, well, maybe we can talk about that. Maybe you guys can swear. And so I'm very excited. I might be able to swear on the podcast. Yeah, that Kiri Takeover is episode 17. We put out 2 since then. But I think the podcast is pretty okay. Episode 1 almost has 100 plays on Spotify. Kind of neat. But yeah, they get like anywhere from 30 to 150 listens per episode. I maybe not fuck, but I might be able to get away with saying shit post without censoring it. I'm pretty sure shit post is a technical term. You watched it on YouTube? Ew, so you're one of those. Okay, I getcha. Yeah, no, the YouTube goes up like 4 hours later and is not the preferred viewing format. I have it there just like for completion's sake, but Erdem says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information's been added to your civilization and world info. Is there metrics for Google Podcasts? So here's the thing, right? Spotify has metrics. Stitcher has metrics. Google Play has metrics. Overcast doesn't. So it's like 50-50 whether or not a podcast platform will have metrics. Like iTunes has metrics, but none of them combine all of them. And if you want somebody to combine all of them, you have to give a private company a lot of fucking money. So I have like rough estimates. So it's like overall, all of the platforms. So like YouTube, Spotify, every single one of like 50 podcast platforms that we're on, Google Play Podcasts, iTunes, like all of those combined, it's like we get about 150 to 200 listens per episode. YouTube gets like 10 to 12 views. Like not many people watch it on YouTube, but like there's people, like every Spotify episode gets about 30 listens. Every episode on iTunes gets about 10. Every episode that goes up on Stitcher gets like 2. Every that goes up on Overcast gets like 4 or 5. Podcast Addict gets like a dozen. There's just so many different podcast platforms, and we're on all of them, right? My podcast stat tracking app that I have, that I don't pay for the premium version on, so I can't see all of the stats, gives me things like rankings in different countries. So we were the #1 most popular video games and leisure podcast in Honduras for like 3 weeks, which makes me very proud for some stupid fucking reason. We were like the 30th most popular English leisure games podcast in the United Arab Emirates for a minute there, which was interesting. We were like we hovered on like the 69th most popular Australian podcast for a bit there. Yeah, we've cornered the Honduran podcast market. But shout outs to whoever the heck watches one of my teammates who's from Honduras, because from what I could tell, there's 2 of them. Based on IP addresses and our website visits, there's 2 people who live in Honduras, or 2 people who have their VPN set to Honduras, one of the 2, who visit the website, who listen to the podcast through the website. Because I know for fact there's at least 2 of them, because it's different IPs, and I know, and we were we bounce up and down in like the top 10 most popular podcasts in Honduras, meaning there are people actively listening to the podcast from Honduras. Anyway, Erdem says, Taylor, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I'm going to keep an eye on the Scoid. I'm going to take you off of all hauling jobs and just let you chill. So yeah, TLDR on podcast metrics. Metrics for podcasts are an absolute clusterfuck because it's all based on RSS feeds, right? So you're like putting tracking cookies into RSS feeds essentially to actually follow them. And then you have to like have some way of printing out that information, which isn't necessarily easily viewable. It's a mess. I'll be honest, I kind of hate podcast analytics. But, you know, we do the podcast because it's a good way of bringing the team together as a group. And as hard as it is to promote podcasts, and as bloody impossible as it is to convince people to listen to podcasts, I think that the people who listen to our podcast like it. So there is that. It seems like when people listen to the podcast, they come back with positive things to say, if that makes any sense. Like, from what I can tell, people who listen to the podcast are like, this was entertaining, thank you for doing it, which is the whole goal. Not like it makes us a penny or anything, but the actual like end goal for those of you who have listened to it, which is this. Also, Diamond, you have a good night. For those of you who have listened to it, the actual end goal for it is like those little ad segments that are currently just us talking to each other at some point are supposed to get turned into like actual paid ad segments. But in order to do that, we need to get like several thousand listens per episode, and I need to be able to prove it via analytics, which is not easy to do, so. What would I charge for an ad? Depends on how many listens we're getting. Currently, it wouldn't be worth charging for because we don't get enough listens. Companies won't really start to pay for ad segments until companies won't start to pay for ad segments until you're getting like a couple thousand listens. But even then, you have to have proof of listenership, which is hard to get. Right, so nothing is purple, meaning I can trade. But currently, I'm not sure. I'd have to figure that out. Currently, I think our podcast, like legitimately though, is worth like bananas, like a couple banana chips and 2 peanuts and maybe a penny and a nail. So it's not exactly worth paying for currently. Podcasts are a really weird thing. In order to actually monetize them, you need to be doing well. We'll get there at some point, hopefully, which would be cool. Black bear intestines, delicious. Please don't, just to be clear, I don't want somebody to send anybody on my team who happens to have a P.O. box, some banana chips, a penny, and a nail. Please don't do that. Because no, you will not get an ad placement on our podcast for that. Even though that's probably about what it's currently. But I'm glad people have been listening to it. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm on a I have an account on a platform that sponsors podcasts. To give you an idea. And ballpark, it seems they seem to drop 30% per ad based on where it is in the podcast. If it's a pre-roll, so right at the very beginning of the podcast, it's worth the most, and at the very end, it's worth the least. From what I can tell, doing research, if you get about 1,000 listens, it's about $20 for the initial pre-roll for 1,000 listens. For the middle, it's about 15, and then one at the end is about 10 per 1,000, approximately, depending on what it is. Although, from what I can tell, the best way to make money as a podcaster is to host a Christian moms podcast, because holy fuck, there's a lot of Bible school study places that want to sell products through podcasts. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. You refresh, like, this is the list of sponsorships we have. And it's like, there's, let's just say 200 ads that are all trying to sponsor podcasts. 150 of them will be like, looking for podcasts with 30 to 45-year-old female Christian soccer moms. It's like, that's their target demographic. It's like, huh, all right, so I need to make a podcast directed purely for at Christian moms, and then sell them like Christ-scented sandals. I meant to say candles, but you know what, that too. So, you know, that's how you make money on a podcast, is make a podcast directed at Christian soccer moms. Speaking of somebody who definitely doesn't have a podcast directed at Christian soccer moms, how you doing, Twitch Ups? It's good to see you. And I hope that you enjoy Citizen Sleeper when you get around to playing it. Maybe it makes more sense now why I was so like enthusiastic about it while playing Dwarf Fortress last week. You know what I should do? I should just do like a video games podcast, but make all of like just me rambling about games, right? The way I do, but all of the naming, tagging, and iconography is targeted at like Christian moms, and see what kind of audience. It's like, so like I start off reading a verse from the Bible, and then the rest of it is just about video games, completely unrelated to the Bible. See what I can pull off. Sounds like a waste of time and effort, but you know, podcasts is a really fucking weird medium to get into. And like, I've had some people say mean things to me on YouTube about this, going, you're wrong. There's not a lot of competition in podcasts in comparison to YouTube, Twitch, or any other medium surrounding games. There's not a lot of competition. Because in order to make a podcast, you have to pay for hosting, and you have to put it everywhere. So by the time you've paid for hosting and put it everywhere, you're ahead of half of the people who have a podcast. Because half the people who have a podcast will make a podcast and they will put it on Podbean. And they won't submit it to any other podcast platform because they don't know how. Or they don't realize you have to. And so they're not really competition because they're not on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, Overcast, Podcast Addict, or any of these other platforms. Or they'll just put it on YouTube. Like, there's a podcast that just started that is part of a like a very obscure music group, style of music that I like, abstract noise. And they've recently started up a podcast, and it's like a producer, an enthusiast, and a record collector who are on this podcast, but it's only on YouTube. And like, someone in comments was like, hey, could you put this on Spotify or somewhere else? And they're like, we didn't realize you had to do that. And they're not going to, because it's going to cost money. And it's just like, so competition in podcasts is like, on one hand, very dense, because the competition is fierce at the top end, but on the other half, it's like barely competition, because half the competition isn't competing, which is very strange. Yes. Excerpt from Matthew 6:7. Use not vain repetitions. That's why it's never too late to try a new or harder strategy. In Age of Empires 4, they'd recently patched the Mongols, so you can't like just plant your base next to people anymore. So let's talk about Satan. Nice to hang out. Citizen Sleeper touches a lot of keys on your mental piano. That's a good way of putting it. You know, honestly, I got a DM because I was tweeting about Citizen Sleeper, and somebody bought it on Twitter and then DM'd me and said, hey, thanks for pointing me towards it. But their comment basically was this, which was, Citizen Sleeper is a well-written book that you get to read in the order that you choose. Which is a really good way of describing it. It's a really good book that you get to read in the order that you choose. Have you been enjoying your playthrough so far? If you've started it, Frog? They do podcasts on the Escapist channel. I have a lot of problems with the Escapist. I wish I didn't hate them, but I kind of do. Explicitly, we only make money on YouTube, so it's not worth it to sabotage ourselves. I have thoughts about the Escapist, but that's fine. Not started? Gotcha. I just hope that game's soundtrack makes it onto Wax so I can buy it. Your first purchase from Epic. Why'd you buy it on Epic? It's on Steam. But it's also on Microsoft, I guess, but or rather, you could have bought it on Steam. But I guess Epic has a better cut, so that I guess would be a valid reason to buy it on Epic. That was a decent sale. I gotcha. Fair. They got you. Yeah, I mean, the first game I bought on Epic was that game company's Journey, because with a coupon that I had plus a sale that it was on, it ended up costing me $1.50, which is definitely enough money savings for me to purchase that video game. The one piece of advice I have about Citizen Sleepers: do not look at the achievements because they have spoilers. Just do not do it. Don't do it. Yeah, I actually, so I owned a PlayStation very briefly. I bought a PlayStation 3 the day after the PlayStation 4 released, and I bought it used, and it cost like $80. The reason we bought it, or the reason I bought it, was because I was going to buy a Blu-ray player because I was given some Blu-rays that year. But yeah, not to be rude to you, Quevenair, or anything, but you know that they also own Discord, and they also own, and also You do know that Tencent doesn't have a majority stake in Discord. I think that this is the dumbest fucking discussion to have, because yes, Tencent is scary, but also you're completely wrong. But thanks for bringing up a joke that's not funny. Anyway, where was I going? I had a subject that I was rolling on, but I completely lost it. Journey, right. Yeah, so I bought a PlayStation 3 because it was cheaper to buy a PlayStation 3 than a Blu-ray player. And I also and it came with Journey and Flower and a few other things. Loved it. And I now own it on PC because I don't own a PlayStation anymore because I got rid of it years ago. No reason to keep it. But it's not a funny joke. If you want to like actually talk about corporations that own you, in quotes, you should talk about ones that actually own the entirety of a thing. Like, you know, if you play League of Legends, like Tencent owns the entirety of Riot Games. They don't have a majority stake in Epic. Also, for what it's worth, Epic Games is the largest donator that isn't a government to the efforts to assist in Ukraine. So, I mean, if we're going to defend corporations for anything, shout outs to them for donating more money via Fortnite to help people than most corporations or any corporation in the world that isn't a government. So if we're going to defend them for anything, it's that. And then put a kappa on it. Because there's nothing funny about what you said. Somebody bought a game and got a deal, and you're like, fuck you, is basically what you're saying. It's just rude, mean. Nobody likes that. Don't do that to people. Why are people fighting? Speaking of, looks like you got your shit kicked in by somebody. The Scoid the Second. One count of disorderly conduct. Also, apparently I need another chain. But yeah, it's just kind of crappy. So I'd prefer if you didn't do that. It was such a different game. It's still alive and well on PC. Well, it's just the reason it's annoying is because it's like Tencent is no better or worse than Amazon, no better or worse than Embracer Group, no better or worse than any big scary corporation. Everything is owned by a big scary corporation. And if somebody gets a deal on something and your natural response is, let's mock you for it and make you feel bad for it, that's just mean, right? It's not funny. It's not amusing. It's not getting one over on them. It's just mean to the person who got a deal. So let them be happy with the deal that they got and don't shame them for it, because that's just mean. All right, somebody died. Air, you died. You got beaten to death by the Scoid, I think. You bled out. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that intentionally. Yeah, see, but that's why you got to be real careful with what you do in text, right? And Darren's like, got one! That's funny. Why would they screw Bandcamp? They've got no logical reason to screw Bandcamp. Making Bandcamp worse makes them less money. Why would they make Bandcamp worse? Literally, all they're doing is improving the app. And the app has already improved. I think that I would be worried if Tim Sweeney sold the rest of his shares in Epic, but I don't think he's going to do that. So you don't need to be worried about Bandcamp until Tim Sweeney dies or retires and sells his shares. And like I said, I don't think he's going to do that. I'm not going to say that I trust Tim Sweeney, but I don't think you're going to get Bandcamp screwed up. Just a beating? Really? Yes, but give the company a chance before you just assume that they're going to screw stuff up, you know? I don't like consolidation either. I don't like it when things just get taken over by bigger corporations either. I don't like the fact that all of my paychecks come from this lovely company called Amazon. I really don't like that I get paid by Google, but what options do I have? And I don't like seeing you guys shame each other for getting good deals, and I also don't like seeing you guys mock each other for getting good deals. What year have we made it to so far? We are like 3 months off of year 400. What's up, Pablo? Which dwarf did I just make my broker? Or bookkeeper, rather. Etor, this one. Oh, did I just remove you from where you're supposed to be? There we go. 3 picks and 2 crutches. Not trying to just be an asshole, Chops, but have some fucking optimism, yo. You know? Have some fucking optimism. Literally all they've done is made it better so far. And everything that they've said about the platform, if you pay attention to what they're actually saying about the platform, is logical improvements that need to be made. Have some optimism. Yes, but that was also a decade ago. Chaps? Maybe more? People need to realize that big companies have a lot of people working in them. And those people shift and move around a lot. So yes, you might get fucked over. And yes, things might suck for a bit. And yes, I've been in that situation too. But it shifts and changes and is constantly in flux. Yet we're having this same fucking discussion every time this stupid subject comes up. Frog. All corporations are bad. And if you don't want anything to do with corporations, you shouldn't be watching Twitch. And I'm sorry, but it's just kind of a... You also shouldn't be watching YouTube or use the internet at all. You also can't buy most things from most companies. So just... It's fine. If Bandcamp starts to suck, a natural replacement will appear. It's happened before and it'll happen again. And I don't think Bandcamp is going to start to suck. Because it doesn't benefit them to make it suck. If it benefited them to make it suck and make it cheaper, they would make it suck and make it cheaper. It doesn't benefit them to make it suck. Now, if this was a porn site that they bought, it would benefit them to make it suck. But they didn't. They bought Bandcamp. I don't know. I don't manage the Apple and Android stores. I bought some music on Bandcamp yesterday on Apple. Or not on Apple, on Android. I have no idea. Like, Android isn't particularly prudish, but, like, Apple's all like, that has porn on it. It's like, but it's not. What? So, I don't know. You tell me. I mean, there's plenty of podcasts. Like, the Giant Bombcast was talking about... Oh boy, I don't even know if I want to say it. Just go listen to like 10 minutes of any episode of the Giant Bombcast at the beginning and then tell me that that's not too explicit for Apple, because they are definitely the #1 games podcast on Apple. And like, well, they were talking about Peglin. And pegging. very explicitly recently. Stuff like that. I mean, Jeff Gerstmann's sense of humor just do be like that, for lack of a better term. Tis the way of things. All right. Well, we're in mid-autumn. Let's lock everybody upstairs. While I watch the potentially problem dwarves we've brought back. Who already killed somebody, so maybe this was a mistake. Yeah, everybody's talking about Severance right now, and I'm like, I don't have the ability to watch that show, so stop talking about it. Yeah, it's my take. You want to abstractly think? Let's allow you to think abstractly. Pondering mineral remedies. That sounds like some snake oil shit. Pondering mineral remedies. What is a mineral remedy? I do know one thing, and that's if you have a not safe for work room on Discord, then you're not allowed to view, or then if you have a not safe for work room on your Discord, people on Apple devices are not allowed to view your Discord server. I do know that in regards to not safe for work stuff. I don't even know how to answer that statement, and I can't tell if that's a joke or not, Quivenair. You need to give, like, some indication on how you are speaking when you type. Any more discoveries as of late? Nothing I've noticed. I did realize that we have a book called An Introduction to Breathing, which is pretty good. It has a lot of unnecessary scenes. Isn't that most TV shows? Too long and they have too much filler? No, really. It's fucking fantastic. That's why it's sitting on the table right now. Still just pondering mineral remedies. Well, you're just reading books. Well, that's good. Oh, mineral remedies is, yeah, I don't know. I mean, salt is a mineral. Yes, this is true. I mean, we need vitamins and minerals. But it still sounds like a snake oil thing. It's like, here, take this, I don't know, crystal and wipe it on your forehead and it'll make you have kids. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't know. Oblivious from reality. Well, that's sad. I mean, I don't know. The game doesn't give you any details on what they're pondering, right? So if they're pondering something like, this dwarf is reading Reflections on Knowledge, which is an old book written by Sparkly. But if it's like, if a dwarf is pondering something, it doesn't give you any actual descriptions. Like, Do It currently is pondering mineral remedies. But if I click on this, it just says, the topic being considered, or not mineral, herbal remedies. So the topic is being considered is herbal remedies. I don't have any elaboration on that, so I can't tell you. I don't know. I think that dwarven snake oil is literally anything in Caves of Cud. Because that seems like the sort of stuff that dwarves would just come up with in their little imagination minds. Rocket launchers. Mysterious tubes. Boats. That's dwarven snake oil. Boats don't exist. Boats aren't real. Boats are a construct made up by the fan base that plays our video game. We just simply walk in caves under the oceans. Much more efficient. Boats aren't real. It's just like the birds aren't real conspiracy, but boats aren't real. I mean, chat, you can't prove to me that boats are real. Can I just say that, like, genuinely the birds aren't real conspiracy is kind of fantastic? It's like one of the few, like, bits of satire, if you want to call it that, that I genuinely can follow and just cackle to myself. Yeah, crush this lead into powder and smear your skin with it. Absolutely. Let's just start drinking mercury. That'll be fine, right? Birds aren't real is based in Finland. Finland isn't real. No, birds are based in Finland, I think, what you're talking about. I think that's what you meant, is that birds are based in Finland and Finland isn't real. But also, I'm pretty sure Birds Aren't Real is based out of Silicon Valley, but... I love that the #1 most... The video with that has sent the most suggested traffic to my YouTube channel. Top 5 of them are all Splattercat videos. Majority of the videos that recommend my content are Splattercat videos. Vast majority. Vast majority. Well, I mean, it's a real good thing that dwarves don't drink, or that mercury doesn't exist in Dwarf Fortress, because I'm sure it would be a massive cause of death. Feels like high school again. Is it legal where you're at? Or did you get some shady flour out of the back of somebody's pickup? Because to be honest, it's sometimes the best way to get it. Stoned. Well, hope you're enjoying your afternoon, dude. Been on the hash train for 5 months now. Not a big fan of hash. A bit too strong. Really have the effects that I like. It's too strong and not in a good way. Why would we call it Poog? What is Poog? There's this beautiful malt rock made of mercury? Yeah, but there's no liquid mercury, which is kind of what I'm referring to. So I'm sure dwarves would figure out some way of brewing it into metal. Although, speaking of drinks that'll kill you, my parents have these 3 beer steins from Ireland that actually have, like, the name of an Irish pub in the bottom of them and a year, and they were made in the mid-1800s. That's a big dance. Jeez. Dance is that? The Umber Sweetness, a social group dance originating in the Fragrant Bear. Elf dances. Anyway, The interesting thing... Yeah, an aquifer of mercury, exactly. The interesting thing about these beer steins is they're made out of solid lead. They are leaded beer steins. Which means they're a mug that would kill you if you used it too much. Is serving wine, does that not count as helping somebody? Well, at least you're interested after watching a performance. Times 2. Oh, yes. I watched 2 episodes of that show, or the show that's like done by the people who do that, out of just dumb curiosity. Very strange. Well, Dwarf Fortress doesn't like monitor lead poisoning. Like, you can make all of your furniture, all of your doors, all of your walls, all of your floors, and everything in the fortress, including, like, cookware and the forges and the kitchens and the butcher stalls and the stills and the barrels, all out of lead, and dwarves won't get lead poisoning. Lead poisoning isn't a thing in Dwarf Fortress. Poisoned lives? The lead fortress? You'd need a lot of lead to do that. No, and yeah, naturally. Or humans, or goblins, or elves in Dwarf Fortress. But the fort that we'll be playing tomorrow, the Crimson Pulley Fort, which is Angel Razor, actually has a Hydra in it right now. So we're trying to do some fun things. So the other one's a little bit more action heavy than this one. Started playing this. That's a good way of describing it. A crazy game. Started playing this crazy game today, and you're only making booze right now. Well, hell yeah, you're doing better than a lot of people who just started playing. Making a bedroom, but it's fun and different experience. Yeah, I mean, understanding what's on screen just comes with time. I mean, just gotta hit K a lot and look at stuff. I mean, it's a learning curve, but it's not a difficult game. Like, learning the game is not the hardest part. The hardest part is, well, learning how to play the game well is not the hard part. The hard part is just learning what you're looking at. Once you get past the initial hump of, like, figuring out what you're looking at, the game's as difficult as just knowing search terms for the wiki or asking questions. And if you're at the point where you're asking questions and, like, making booze, and if you can make doors, booze, and a front drawbridge, like, you're doing well. You're getting anxious. I mean, can you read? Because like I always tell people this. It's like whenever people are just like, hey, how do I learn Dwarf Fortress? Hey, chat, can someone make my hair go down? I kind of want to have my hair down. Anyway, with learning Dwarf Fortress, if you're capable of typing in my Twitch chat, you have every single tool you need to play Dwarf Fortress. You can type, you can read, you can play Dwarf Fort. I don't. So don't recommend things I don't recommend. Just let people play the game they want to play. You're going through a walkthrough guide someone played? Are you going through the Krug Smash walkthrough guide? Which one are you going through? I'm just curious about whose it is. Is it the wiki? Is it video? Is it... But I don't recommend using the intro pack. I recommend playing the game vanilla. At least for your first fort or two. Because then you'll actually like know the difference between what the additions add to the game. It's just such a funny name. This is a really funny name screenshot on the wiki here. Gods dang it, Melville and your waterfalls. Yep. It's a tavern full of water, that. Or a meeting hall full of water, one of the two. The reason I ask is because I'm curious about how actually up to date it is. Okay, this is not very up to date. So I wouldn't use that walkthrough guide. The reason I'll say that is because this is not up to date. Like, I'm just looking at the version number. This is using version 0.4.24, which is from like, fuck, when's 4.0 from? 4.0.24. What year is that? It's like 2016? Just use this. This is the quick start guide that's on the wiki. Very similar in its presentation. The difference is the wiki's up to date. So even though it says DF 2014, it's still up to date. It's fine. But yeah, what year is 4.0 from? It's actually just like I have a some meme YouTuber linked. Okay, I know what you're talking about. So if it's the meme YouTuber I'm thinking of, that meme YouTuber was like reviewed Dwarf Fortress on a version of the game that was like 4 years out of date for when they reviewed it to begin with. So yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't follow anything that dude links if it's the dude that I'm thinking of. So what I would recommend is go via the wiki or go via one of the YouTube tutorials that are recent. Because there's one of the biggest problems with Dwarf Fortress is out-of-date information, because the game's just been around for so long and so few people actually play it in depth that a lot of tutorials will get written. It is more complicated, but it's accurate, right? So the problem is a lot of these tutorials and guides get written and then abandoned, and no one ever updates them, and then subtle mechanics will change, right? So you might be doing 90% of this stuff correctly, but have like one or two things wrong, and then get really frustrated because one or two things are wrong. It won't, but it will, right? So it's a small things. Like, to give you an idea, in 2014, Dwarf Fortress had noise pollution. So if you put your beds too close to your workshops, dwarves would wake up in their sleep and complain about noise. That mechanic has been removed from the game. Just as an example. I'm trying to think of other examples. There was a good long while there where stress and moods were a lot more difficult to manage. And so a lot of tutorials were like talking about all of these really crazy like workarounds to make stress work. The most efficient way to train your dwarves in military used to be to put them in 2 feet of water and put weapon traps all around them and then shoot coins at them so that they dodge. If you were to do that now, they'd all just die. It would literally kill them. So like it's not so much things are drastically different, but there are things that older tutorials will recommend that will either kill your fort now, or make things worse, or just make things more difficult than they should be for you, the player. So I would just go for the official source, because even if it looks more complicated, you'll just have a better time of it. But that's just my advice. At the end of the day, just use whatever tutorial works, and whenever you need help, just ask questions and we'll do our best to answer. Or join the KitFox Discord. They're very active. Or on my Discord, we have a Dwarf Fort room where we'll answer questions, but sometimes we're a bit slow because we're not as busy as some of the bigger Discords. Are you playing him? Wow, you are actually playing a golem, which is a large stationary drum. At the end of the day, though, I'm just happy to see people playing the game. Makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. Is the wiki a step-by-step? It's a step-by-step guide, yeah. I mean, so the wiki has two, well, it has the fortress mode installation guide, it has the adventure mode guide, and then the fortress mode guide, right? So you go down the fortress mode guide, and it's like, hey, this is like the basic histories, the gameplay user interface, all of the basic controls that you need to know, how things work, the main, like the map, what everything means, and then how to get your dwarves to the point where they can eat, how to like manage their happiness, and everything else. There's also like this handy dandy flowchart, which is actually very helpful. It looks intimidating, but it's really not. It's like, what do you need to do when you start? Chop trees or dig. All right. Once you've dug, you can farm. Once you've chopped trees, you have wood. And then you need barrels, you need plump helmets, pigtails, this is actually like just a how to play Dwarf Fortress thing, and it looks crazy, but I swear it's not. Once you play it a little bit. So. It's worse than it looks! Which is true about just about everything to do with Dwarf Fort. Yeah, also your first few forts will fall over and die and catch on fire and burn horribly. The biggest piece of advice that I have, though, is I don't know where you installed your game from or where you acquired it, but just make sure that you're on the most recent version. That's the biggest thing. Just make sure that you're using version 47.05. That's the biggest thing that actually matters about Dwarf Fortress. Just make sure that you're on the most recent version. Because if you're not, you're gonna have trouble. Your first fort, you didn't know how to dig, so it was just a very terrible, patchy roof above ground fort. You know, Clinodev, who's a moderator on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and KitFox Discord and a bunch of other places and the Steam forums, is basically just like volunteer moderator for all of Dwarf Fortress, right? Comments on almost every single one of my DF news videos. How Dwarf dig, spelled this way. Because he says that is the most commonly asked question he gets on the subreddit for Dwarf Fortress. The most consistently asked question. That wording exactly. How Dwarf dig. Or like my favorite ever bug report for Dwarf Fortress, which I talked to Tarn once or when I was at PAX West in 2019, and I asked him, I was like, what is the most common bug report you get for Dwarf Fortress? And he says it's this very specific error code, which isn't even related to Dwarf Fortress. And he says it's the error that you get when you download a zip file. It's a Windows error specifically. And it's the error that you get when you download a zip file and try to run Dwarf Fortress within the zip file without extracting the rest of Dwarf Fortress. So you try to, you just double click on the Dwarf Fortress icon without extracting any of the files. That is the most common bug report they've had in the entirety of Dwarf Fortress's existence. He says it's the one bug report he gets emails about, and he says it is the most consistent error report. It's just people don't know how to extract zip files anymore. It's probably something like this. You know, we need like a crypt pick follower emote. Somebody want to draw me a pickaxe? Which is baffling. No, it's not. You see how people use computers these days? People think that applications are apps. That's baffling. That's truly baffling. Apple locations. Best type of locations. So is the endgame goal to keep the fortress running as long as possible? The goal for Dwarf Fortress is the original, like, make-your-own fun game. So it's the make your own fun game before make your own fun games were common. There is a page on the wiki, I think just called goals or challenges. Let's see if I can find it. Hey, here it is. Playstyle challenges. There's a page on the wiki called Playstyle Challenges, which just has like this big ass list of different like player created challenges. All of the hard ways to play the game or like weird ways to play the game with like various win situations. So there is like that, but Dwarf Fortress is at its core a story generator, right? So Dwarf Fortress gives you very believable characters, puts them in a believable setting or in a fantasy setting, and it is up to you to craft the story that you want to tell with those dwarves. Earlier, I was saying that Dwarf Fortress isn't that difficult once you know what you're doing. The kind of like secret of Dwarf Fortress is that it's actually a very easy game, because once you know what you're doing in Dwarf Fortress, you can essentially contort the game into doing exactly what you want it to do. And the beauty of that is you can take Dwarf Fortress once you know what you're doing, and you can make Dwarf Fortress tell almost any fantasy tale, kind of turning you into a DM and your dwarves being the people that are playing in your dungeon to a degree. And then when you're tired of a fortress, you then move to a different fortress in the same world. And when you're tired of that fortress, you maybe go back to the first fortress, or you read the history a little bit, or you make a third fortress on a different faction in the same world. And then you play as adventure mode, and then you go steal an artifact from your first fortress and then go found another fortress with that adventurer, and then eventually move to a new fortress. You tell tales in your world, and then the way that you truly play Dwarf Fortress is then you go tell your friends about it. Like the one tale that I always love to tell, which I found just playing Legends mode, by messing around in Legends mode and reading the history of a world, there was this queen. This queen was a queen of a human civilization, and she was a necromancer, so she could resurrect the dead. And she was very greedy. She wasn't born into royalty. She was born adjacent to the royal family as like a minor member of royalty, essentially like a duchess, I think, like the child of a duchess. And she lied and cheated and gambled and embezzled funds and eventually managed to marry the king, who she then assassinated and became the queen of this entire faction. And then got very concerned with her short life, and so went and seeked out the secrets of life and death and became a necromancer. And then using her new necromantic abilities, then proceeded to systematically every single year. This dwarf is less stressed than they were when they got here, so we're making improvements. Systematically, year after year, got married 3 to 6 times, not to men and women, in her faction, and then would plot to assassinate them, and raise them as zombies. And did this for about hundreds of years. That is just one tale that I've discovered in Dwarf Fortress. And just knowing that somewhere in one of the worlds, in one of the save files I have, there is a freaky dwarf queen who has a massive harem of zombies makes me happy. That's the goal of playing Dwarf Fortress, is to discover little stories like that the game organically makes for you. Like one tale from this fort. A couple hundred years ago in this fort, because this fort I've literally been running for years. A couple hundred years ago in this game, there was a mayor. And then there was 2 dwarves. They were a couple. They were married. And the mayor was very good friends with the wife of that 2 dwarves, right? And the husband of those 2 dwarves started tantruming and being all mad and started breaking things. And so eventually got thrown in prison. Did several prison sentences, and then got really, really, really mad and seriously injured somebody. And then the captain of the guard was told to go give this dwarf a beating. Went and gave that dwarf a beating and beat him to death, which happens sometimes. It was very unfortunate. We were all sad. We cried. But the second that dwarf died, before his corpse had even cooled off and before his corpse had even been put into a coffin, the mayor married his widowed wife. And then they had a child about a year later and had a happy marriage. I'm convinced that the mayor set that dwarf up to be killed, just to steal his wife from him. Little things like that. That's the point of Dwarf Fortress, is to find stories. Or like, you know, min-max like crazy and tame a bunch of dragons. Whatever works, really. Speaking of sweet, sweet smuts. Hi, Orange. How's your face? You holding up? You doing good? Good to hear. Peeled anything recently? I don't know, your name's Orange, so. Good to hear, mate. Good to hear. Oh, Orange, also, very important. We have follower emotes now. Stone just added you with all of them. They're for the community, by the community. The rules are they have to look like my other emotes and be drawn in MS Paint. So we have Crypt Knockoff. We have Crypt Plurk, Crypt Sappy, and Crypt Burr. Big fan of Crypt Burr. Crypt Burr is your favorite? I don't have a beer, but I do have a Burr! Burr is what happens once you've had Crypt Wine, Crypt Rocks, and a couple Crypt Beers. It's a pity I tried to put an exclamation point in the actual emote itself, but Twitch won't let me do that. But yeah, they can only be used in here. Post beer or Burr, yeah. Well, beer is what you have post beer. So you post beer, and then post beer you have Burr. In paint.net just to spite me? I wouldn't allow it as one of my emotes. How dare you? Although paint.net is just like paint plus, though, so that's fine. GeForce Game Ready Driver is now available. Oh my god, I'm definitely going to have to install that today to update so that I can run these cutting-edge graphics. Thank you. You know, honestly, NVIDIA should put out a fake driver that doesn't actually, like, make things work better when DF releases. It's like, what does it do? Absolutely nothing. The game runs like shit anyway. Are investments open? I feel like it's been a while. Burr is what you get when you can't afford the second E in your B. Or I was just thinking that Burr is what happens when you're too drunk to say beer. No, that's a Burr, not a Burr. A Burr would be like, definitely not PBR, because that doesn't spell Burr. Like if it was Bats Ethereal Ribbon, then sure, but I don't like Lazy Noob Pack, and I don't like DF Hack, and I don't like DF Therapist, so I don't play with any of those things, but I am in the minority. One, it's not called Lazy Noob Pack. I think that the tools that it provides are useful, but I don't think it's for lazy noobs, which is my issue with it. My issue with it is the tools that it provides are very good once you know the game, but if you are a new player to the video game, yes, it is a little bit more clunky, but learning the game in a vanilla state will give you a better idea of the game's mechanics. As somebody who makes content for this video game and talks about this video game on the internet a lot of the questions that I have to answer for people and help people through are problems and bad habits that people have developed from Lazy Noob Pack / Starter Pack. It's been called Starter Pack for a while. But that doesn't actually change what people use it for. I think that starter pack is very helpful if you're an advanced player and you want a prepackaged DF hack setup to just play on and not worry about too much. But if you're not an advanced player and you're just learning the game, you'll do better to know where this menu is. And there are some advanced players that don't even know that this menu exists, or this menu as an example. There are several menus that you need to use in the game in a vanilla state that you do not need to use in the game if you are using DF hack and DF therapist. And also the game does a better job explaining certain bits of information to you in a vanilla state, such as displaying the actual character of an individual dwarf. And because, like, if you want to know what kind of job a dwarf wants to do, you have to sit here and you have to read this. If you don't enjoy that, that's fine. Install Dwarf Therapist and you won't need to. But Dwarf Therapist distills this character development, because this is essentially a dwarf's character sheet, right? It distills this down to some stats and a few numbers, which is way less interesting to me. So for me, I prefer the wall of text because I get to read that this dwarf is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, which basically means they want to be a doctor, right? Or they want to be somebody who helps people. So they want to, like, either work in service or they want to be a doctor, basically. She never feels discouraged, meaning she's probably someone who's good to be in charge of things. Does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress, would not be good in combat. Is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. Doesn't matter if her clothes rot off her body. She never becomes angry, so she doesn't get pissed off at people frequently. Rarely looks on others with lust. Doesn't care about getting married. But, like, yeah, Legends Viewer is great. But even then, I discovered this the other day, which I need to mess around with a little bit more, just to see how much this thing stands up to Legends Viewer. So I need to mess with that. I consider Legends Viewer its own thing, though. Like, you can have an install of Dwarf Fortress with DF hack just for Legends Viewer and not use anything else from it. It's like, that's the only thing that I look at and I'm like, yeah, that is actually interesting added functionality instead of kind of taking away from different parts of the game. Well, it's not that it was made years ago. It's like a lot of the things in Dwarf Fortress are just very modular, right? So it's not that, oh, the AI for Dwarf Fortress was made years ago. Well, yes and no. It's like Dwarf Fortress is just a very expandable thing that they're constantly expanding onto. So years ago, like if you go back to Dwarf Fortress 2006, yes, you'll have the baseline of what this game is now, but it's missing a lot of the layers that makes Dwarf Fortress into an onion that represents an ogre, because ogres have layers, so do fortresses, so does dwarves. And Dwarf Fortress, when it first released, only had one layer. I need to stop going down this hole. Chat, does anybody know what day Dwarf Fortress was released originally? Because I want to do a thing for science in the future. Well, not for science, but I want to play in something. And I'll tell you if anybody can tell me what day Dwarf Fortress was released on, and I'm too lazy to go back. Dwarf Fortress, the most oniony of games. Yeah! Or ogre-y of games? Speaking of ogre-y of games, how you doing, caveman crafting? Sup? How's thing? Blah, blah, blah. Hope you're well. I don't know what that was for. I'm in a weird mood today. I'm also kind of hungry. But I don't want to eat food until we hit spring. But yeah, on this channel, we stream Dwarf Fortress 3 days a week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for about 6 to 8 hours at the beginning of the stream. And then in the evenings, we do other things. But because I stream for about 14 hours the days that I stream. We've been on for almost 7. August 8th, 2006. We's getting close to August. What day of the week is that? That is a Monday. Huh. So chat, August 9th. We play the first ever release of Dwarf Fortress. How's that sound? How's that sound? Does that work for you guys? Because I've wanted to go back and play 2D Dwarfs for a while, so we could have Dwarf Fortress's birthday. Like OG release, yes. It'll break a lot, crash a lot, and be shitty, and it'll be fun. You've never seen that release? Every now and again, a screenshot of it pops up on, That sounds rough. I think it's a phenomenal idea. Absolutely. I suffer for you so that you don't have to. Sorry, just doing something in the background. All right, done. But yeah, that's something that I want to do is play either the original release or like the original release after like a patch or 3. Because like Dwarf Fortress back then was completely different, more or less. So what, in 2006? In 2006, I was convincing my mom to let me play RuneScape. That's what I was doing in 2006. Yeah, because we had dial-up, so it was like, "Hey, Mom, can I play RuneScape?" And then she'd be like, "What's that?" And then I'd tell her what it was, and she'd be like, "No." Then eventually, I think by about 2007, I convinced my mom to let me play RuneScape. I got to play RuneScape for a couple of years. And then at one point, I was playing RuneScape without her permission when she didn't know that I was playing, and she missed a phone call because of dial-up internet problems. And I got yelled at. It was bad times. So, chat, something weird that I stumbled upon on Steam the other day, which I want to... Oh, geez, I can't even open it. Hold up. Steam's down right now. That time. But, can't load it, so it doesn't matter. But I can show you the Steam page. This thing is a thing that I bought. World Seed. I bought it out of just dumb curiosity. It's an MMO, sort of. Kind of plays more like a MUD, but with graphics. It's like this weird turn-based, hex-based thing where you go around and kill monsters and do quests, and it's very much kind of numbers go up type deal. Everything respawns once an hour. It's a very light MMO, but it's definitely an MMO. Anyway, it's about $12 to buy the game because the game, like, you buy it through the client. You don't buy it through Steam. So it's listed as free to play on Steam. I'm thinking about trying to stream some of that just for fun. And I know that might sound weird, but just for fun. I'm thinking about trying to stream some of that because I think it might be interesting. Be down to watch? It's very much just like moving from hex to hex and then like automated battles and then crafting. And then when you level up a bit, there are dungeons that you can do with a group of people, but it is free to try. So people could theoretically try it. I don't know. It seems neat. It's intrigued me enough that I want to play it. So I think that's what we're going to try and do for this evening. Well, it plays like a MUD, but it's not text-based, right? Like, it's not all text, but could be played all text if it was presented that way. But it's a weird thing. I don't play video games when I'm tipsy. I also don't get drunk very often. Usually if I'm drunk, it's because I'm out with friends. I don't get drunk and play video games. Like, I don't drink at my computer hardly ever, and I don't drink on stream, really. I did last week, but I had, like, a very small thing of whiskey. I'm not, like, a heavy drinker or anything. I was for a little bit there, but alcohol has bad effects on my mental stability, so no. It's not a publisher, it's just one dude. In fact, like, there's like a notice when you start the game up that says, this game is not free to play, it's free to try. Please don't leave a negative review for that. Which I think, it's like Steam doesn't have an option for free to try without Steam taking a much bigger cut. And it's like, huh, all right. It's kind of funny. I have no interest in playing free to play, cash grindy, like MMO. Thanks. But a game that's a one-time purchase of $12, yeah, I'm down. I don't really play stuff that's made by big studios, and I certainly don't enjoy MMOs of that sort. Virtual. You have a good night, Chups. Sleep well. Yeah, I don't do that, really. I don't enjoy playing games when I'm drinking. I think like the thing that a lot of people maybe don't know about me is that I don't see very well, right? Alcohol makes it harder for me to see. So, it's not pleasant playing games when I'm drunk. I don't play games when I'm high either. Like if I'm drinking or something, I'm doing other things. Yeah, this one doesn't have microtransactions after you buy the game. There's like a support pack where you can just willingly give the dev more money. But there is no like, yo, let's nickel and dime yourself into hell. Yeah, see, I'm just very careful about which free-to-play games I play. Like, I play Batmud sometimes, which is a mud, and that game is free completely. Or you can, like, give the team $5 to get a premium account and get to have more, like, options for what you make your, like, picture. That's, like, the only difference. It's like, oh, well, you can, like, buy the ability to, like, have a fancier profile picture, basically. Yeah, I mean, like, that's like being out and social with people. Basically, if I'm drinking alone, odds are good I'm going to wake up the next day pretty suicidal. Because I get really sad if I'm drinking alone, and the effects of the natural depressants within alcohol has a massive effect on me if I'm drinking alone. So if I'm drinking, I'm going to go to a pub, and I'm going to sit at a table, and I'm going to drink a couple beers, and then I'm going to go home because I'll be fine. But if I do it at home, it's not a good time, generally. So I don't drink on stream because I don't like drinking on stream, really. Unless it's like the very end of the stream. And even then, that's very uncommon. Like, I think in the last year and a half, I've drank on stream maybe twice. And neither of those times I've gotten drunk. I don't remember the last time I got drunk on stream. So, yeah, I don't know. As somebody who used to play a lot of free-to-play FPS games, not in my experience, but fair enough. I don't play free-to-play games, though, like, at all. Which is really funny, because Dwarf Fortress is a free-to-play game, but Dwarf Fortress is, like, practically shareware. It's, like, not... Dwarf Fortress doesn't really fit into, like, the modern definition of free-to-play. Dwarf Fortress is a actually free game. It's not a free-to-play game, it's just a free game. Although, it's certainly not free for me. It's $10 a month, because that's what I give Bay12 on Patreon. Granted, most of my internet content, in quotes, career is based off of Dwarf Fort, so I owe them that much. I mean, you're allowed to do whatever is legal for you in your area on stream, Coveneer, with it, as long as you're modest. But getting obliterated, pissed drunk, and like falling out of your chair, if it gets to a point where it's considered self-harm, then yes, that you could get your channel suspended for committing self-harm on stream. So like if I have 4 beers and get tipsy on stream and 2 shots of whiskey and get a little silly, that's fine. If I have 14 shots of vodka and pass out, yeah, they'll suspend my account for self-harm. Exactly, Change Me. You know what I mean. There's a difference between something that's free to play and something that's just free. You know, like the video that I put up this morning on my YouTube channel about a game called Shrine of Cards is free, right? That's just a free game. Whereas like League of Legends is a free to play game. Dwarf Fortress did that thing where it randomly minimized itself again for no discernible reason. Hello, hashtag. How are you? We victorying? What are we victorying for? Yes, but none of those are free games. Those are free-to-play games. Meaning the games want you to pump money into them. They're not free. They pretend to be free, but they're not actually free. Yeah, and I don't really have any interest in playing games like that. They just annoy me. Which is actually like the reason I'm not gonna play V Rising. Although the gameplay of V Rising looks boring and monotonous to me. But I when everybody was like picking that game up, I took one look at it and was like, oh, this has microtransactions for skins already, and it's a pay to like not a free to play game. I was like, that's not a good sign. And then I looked into it a little bit more and was like, oh, this is a survival crafting game. I'm out. Dragon Age got repetitive. How far in did you get? Because you were playing Dragon Age 2, right? Or Dragon Age 3. Inquisition, or whatever they called it. Because nobody expects the Dragon Age Inquisition. But yeah, this game that I put up a video for, that video specifically, is a free game. The game's free. You can just download it. You're a bad pun, Trazuka. Meh. The last time I streamed on, which was on the Hyper Strange channel, which was on Monday, somebody was just like, "Are you a dad?" And I said, "No." And he's like, "You've made like 5 dad jokes in the last 10 minutes." It's like, well, I mean, you're not wrong, but literally everything that you've done recently makes you happy. Come on, Squid, you can do it. $15 hours? Yeah, I mean that's a good amount of time to put into Dirk. D-R-I-Q. Or D-A-I-Q. Hey, the Steam page for World Seed now exists. This is the game I'm talking about here. I can just give you a link now. But I put about a little under an hour into it. Like, these battles play out automatically and like it's all dice rolls and shit, but I don't know. Seems like a chill way to spend an evening. So we'll try it this evening and see how it goes. And if you guys are interested, if you want, you theoretically could pop in and play. But like, give you an idea of what the gameplay actually looks like. It's very much like you move to a place, you get 3 options of things you can do. You can either harvest resources, get money, or harvest money, or kill a monster, and then you get items and drops and loot, and you go get gear. So, I mean, it's a very simple game, and when I was playing, there was about 20, 30 people online. They were all babbling in all chat, looking for people to go into dungeons with, so it seemed like an MMO. So it seems like one of those like one-person passion projects. And to buy it, it's like $12 in Steam wallet cash. There's 2 things in the store. One is just, hey, give the game more money. And then the other one is buy the game, which is, you know, that's fine. Yeah, because currently it's difficult because like the characters are generated based on the genetics of the faction that they're part of, right? Like you can change like the motive and the needs of a person, but you can't change the visuals of a person. So I guess theoretically you could generate a world with people that look a specific way and then play in that world. You could do it that way, which would be kind of interesting. I could see that being neat, but like that's maybe the closest thing I could think of to doing something like that would just be generating a world with specific genetics, which is a weird thing to say. Like, all of the dwarves in this fortress look very similar because they're all from the same, like, line, because they're all in the same faction, and they all have similar genetics because of that. But yeah, if you want to try that game, you can just go try it, because it is free to try, so just go try it. But keep in mind, you do have to make an account within it to sign up and play. So if you don't want to make an account for a thing, don't even bother. There's a couple negative reviews because people are like, don't want to agree to a third-party EULA. It's like, well, it's on the fucking Steam page, so then don't download the game in the first place. Many are brothers and cousins, or second cousins, third cousins. Apparently dwarves will marry cousins. I haven't seen that happen yet, though. But, like, if I look at this dwarf, her hair is dry, her very long hair is neatly combed, her cobalt eyes have very large irises, her ears are flattened, and her eyelashes are quite long. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her hair is a crew mixed with gray, and her skin is sandy taupe. Now, if I look up another random dwarf, let's just say Banana the Third the Bard, unrelated dwarf. Her hair is dry, her very short hair is neatly combed, her slightly flattened ears have large hanging lobes, her head is broad, and her eyebrows are extremely long. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. Eyes, skin, and hair are all the same colors because they come from similar family trees. Hoshan, a dwarf that was born in this fortress, is 18 years old. His hair is dry, his very short sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is neatly combed, his very long beard is combed, his hair is neatly combed, and his ears are fused lobed. His nose is hooked, and he has an angular chin, and his cobalt eyes have slightly large irises, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. So they all look similar because they're all from the same faction. Uh-oh, there's a dwarf up here tantruming. Is it the Scoid? Actually sure who it is. Nobody's died, though. Yeah, it is the Scoid. He's just standing in the doorway. One count of disorderly conduct. Hopefully we can get him put in chains. All right, sweet. Finished tantruming. Okay, we got dwarves coming to clean patients and tend to things. Where are you headed now? Really? No job? I think that you go lie down because you did just kind of take an injury. Like severe blood loss? You lost a finger, basically? Your finger is smashed apart. One of your toes are smashed apart. Your hair is torn apart. Head is torn apart. You have an infected set of stitches, and your nose cartilage is torn apart. Go to the hospital, you silly dwarf. 7 witnesses. Sorry for killing your dwarf. Did you get beat? I don't know what your sentence is going to be. But my response is probably. All right. I'm not seeing. Oh. Yeah, you're getting in. For some reason, they are refusing to put you in prison. They're just giving you beatings, which is very odd. To the point where I kind of want to expel you again. Because they should give you, they should give you a prison sentence, but they keep giving you beatings instead. And then also, you keep refusing to, like, go to the hospital, which is kind of funny. Anyway, you're about to get beaten. Captain of the guard is chasing you. Here he comes. Bonk. Now you're going to go rest in the hospital. This dwarf is a fucking tank, though. Has severe blood loss, doesn't seem to give a shit. No nose cartilage, doesn't seem to give a shit. Well, that dwarf is over here resting. Maybe he's coming over to diagnose a patient. But we're into late winter. We're about to hit year 400. That's, as I always say, kind of fucking crazy. I don't understand the statement. Pablo? I'm also just going to check something. I want to know if World Seed has a Twitch directory. Ha! It does! In fact, there's 4. Let's look something up. Okay, so I found one. There is a category for it. Sweet. Has anybody streamed it? Oh shit, some people have streamed it. But look at that. All right. It exists as a video game. Is content after putting on a finely crafted item. Well, gotta work on you. We'll see what we can do. What's the hospital got currently? Missing anything? Oh, we need more powder for casts. Got everything else, though. Yeah, but I haven't had pigs in the fort in a very, 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 very long time, so... Have I slaughtered pigs in this fortress in the past? Yes. Is pig slaughter a common and/or frequent thing? No. It's been a long time, dude. But what am I going to do for this one? I mean, it's also year 105 that would matter, so 405 is the one that actually matters. So we will be firing off ballista arrows off of the top of the tavern on the year, what's the actual number? On the year 405 is when we will fire off ballista arrows, because that's the actual important year. The current transition, not so much. Let's dump all this. Dump all this. There is a dead chicken in with my emus. Is that a cat? What is that? That is a cat. Why do I have a cat in with my emus? All right, cat. You're free to be a cat. Good luck, cat. I don't know why there's a cat in my fortress, but apparently there's a cat in my fortress. I guess that's just how cats work, right? They just move in. A cat and a dead chicken walk into an emu enclosure. Honestly, if a dead chicken walks anywhere, I'm a little bit concerned. And the snow's starting to melt, which is cool. You know what, Stone? The yawning fortification is not what I can call it, but this is an image of a cat, a chicken, and emus. The chicken is dead. Cheers to that. Although, let's change the name to, Orange, are you lurking? I found the name of your management company. So when you're on the board, let me know, because I found your branding. Dwarf Fortress just generated it for me. The Board of Oranges is clearly Orange's corporation that he's going to found at some point in their life. Or it does say Orange is lurking. I don't know if he's currently lurking. Anyway. Let's call this the yell, the insightful. Oh. Oh. The insightful bridge of death. There we go. The insightful dead. It's like the Grateful Dead, but instead it's just a chicken. Oops, nope. Keep working. Done. Oh. We done doored it. Do do do. Will that go into the emu enclosure? I was going to put it right outside the front, but it could go in. If you think that would be better. Yeah, I was just gonna put it just outside. I mean, currently we're doing spring cleaning and taking out all the trash. So there goes the chicken. But yeah, once that silver statue is made, looks like Volleylol's making it. Once it's done being made, we will place it. Inside is more historically accurate. True. I think we, can I engrave that? Oh, there's nothing I can engrave around here. Oh, man. Okay. Well, here's the historically accurate version. There it is, the Insightful Dead. I'm going to draw a rendition of the Insightful Dead on the ground. In the enclosure, we can put the statue just up front. How's that? You love DF. You can just do this on a whim. I mean, so now I have a bunch of emus in here and then this thing that's not an emu, but Engraves is an exceptional Whitcode rendition. Congrats, Whitcode, on drawing this. Rendition of the Insightful Dead. An image of a cat, a chicken, and emus. The chicken is dead, and the image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. I want to know what that would look like in the premium version. Probably just like a picture of an emu, I guess. Or a dead cat. It's like, what is that? Oh, it's a statue of a dead cat. Why do you have a statue of a dead cat? I don't know. It's just a statue of a dead cat. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Dwarf Fortress, probably. Oh, also, apparently Twitch is talking about getting rid of reruns. So that's a fun thing that might be happening. Twitch might be getting rid of a completely useless feature that nobody uses or cares about. Which is great. I wish that Twitch would get rid of reruns and do a better job of it. Wait, what? There's a dead dwarf, right? Oh, we just... So... No. Okay, why is there a body there? Who is that? Oh, the Scoid. So Darren, you're dead. I don't actually know what killed you. Oh, I see. Captain the Guard got to you, I think. The Captain... So, Darren, F's for your other self. We did try to rehabilitate you after leaving you elsewhere for a while. You got married and then came back to Longdeath to then swiftly be put out of your misery. What's a rerun? Exactly. A rerun is where you take a VOD and restream it on your own channel a second time. That's a rerun. How's your sleep schedule looking these days, Stowe? Out of curiosity. Still going to bed at weird hours, or are you on a more consistent schedule yet? Okay, let's see. Did you get a coffin? Oh, probably because I just need to turn these on. It's also probably a notice that I need to make my Captain of the Guard weaker. Looks like Saigon's coming to remove the body. So today was kind of a negative. We've only really lost dwarves, which sucks. But time's moved forward. Hopefully we can get some new blood in the fortress soon. We're back to one of those points where it's like, okay, more dwarves are dying than we're gaining. There was a bit there where we were up to about 50 dwarves, which I need to get back up there because we're only at 30 right now. So we need to do some work to get the population back up. But a rerun, jokes aside, is a Twitch stream where you take the VOD and you restream it on your channel a second time. And in the entirety of my channel's existence, I've done one rerun once. It didn't go very well, and I haven't done one since. Although I did get a subscriber during that rerun, which I'm still confused about. Like a brand new subscriber. Oh no, this is a shame. Speaking of subscribers, we just lost a subscriber, meaning we don't have Pi subscribers anymore. It's going to update from 314 down to 313 in a minute. Well, that's sad. Literally, as I was looking at subscriber, I said that out loud, and I said the word subscriber out loud, and it dropped. Sad. Oh well, we'll be fine. I'll survive. Also, chat. Can we all do something? Because I think that this is maybe not important, but it means something to me. So, 4 years ago today, on the 24th of May, Total Biscuit passed away. And I would like to just say, can we get a round of beers? And I'm not going to talk for 30 seconds as a moment of silence, starting right about now. And there we go. As the year rolls over. Perfect timing. You know, honestly, like, being blunt, I don't think I'd be doing this job if TB didn't exist. He was one of the biggest inspirations and reasons for me to try and work my way towards this industry back in the day. I don't know if I would have, like, tried so hard to get into this industry if it wasn't for his videos. So, shout outs to TB. Thanks for gifting a sub, Kodiak. Taking that #1 spot. Really miss his work. I go back and watch his videos every now and again. And whenever a good Warhammer game comes out, I'm always sad that he didn't get to play it. Because, you know, he'd be making a video about Warhammer 40,000 Chaos Gate or Demon Hunters. That was the final bit of that title. Also, it's the 1st of spring. Nobody's passed away of old age. And a human is bringing a tribute. Also, chat, can I get some burrs for Kodiak gifting a sub? Cheers, Kodiak. Yeah, no, I often go back and watch his old... I actually really like watching the old mailboxes where he just, like, answers questions. I sent in a bunch of those and never got them read. Made me sad. It's fine, though. Did the cat just die? Is that a cat? Motherfucker, the cat just died of old age. Well, Dwarf Fortress, you're cruel. You are cruel. The cat went the way of the chicken? Yep. Seems like it. Gotcha. So chat, we hit the year 400. The fort isn't 400 years old, though. It's just a cool number. The fortress is 395 years old. At year 405, not 404, you're not found. 405 is when we, or when the fort turns 400. Which means 425 is going to be the dank stream. So the fort's 395 years old. Which is really old. For a dwarven fort. So my king wants 1 crutch and 1 pick. My mayor wants 2 low boots. Which means we've got 75 more years before this fort is older than Arch Crystal. Pretty good. We literally just hit the year 400 a few seconds ago. And also mandatory round of silence / beers for Total Biscuit passing away 4 years ago today. And lastly, we have some new follower emotes, which are fantastic. We have Crypt Knockoff, obviously, which I think you saw the other day. So Crypt Knockoff. We have a beer equivalent. What's the other one? For some reason, I can't type in Crypt Sappy. Well, I don't have a 5th yet. No one sent me a 5th. If someone makes me a 5th, then I'll add a 5th. I don't have 5 yet. But yeah, I'm waiting on a... if somebody draws me a 5th, we'll get a 5th. So, Animal did Burr and Plurk. Stone did Knockoff, and FG drew Sappy. So if we can get... I don't know. If someone draws another bad MS Paint emote for this fort, I will add it. And big shout-outs to Stone for drawing a tile set from a birthday stream. I still don't know. I don't know what charity to raise money for. That's something that I've been, like, jumping back and forth on, and I don't have, like, a solid idea just yet of who I'm actually going to raise money for on my birthday this year. But we are starting to collect some tile sets. Speaking of collecting tile sets, Clino, if you have any ideas of really dumb, bad tile sets, or know of any tile set artists that want to mock up a really shitty tile set in about 20 minutes, send them my way, because I need tile sets for my birthday stream. It's June 3rd, Friday, June 3rd. It's my birthday, and we're going to be streaming 4 days that week. Actually, technically 5 days in a row, because I'm going to do a 2-hour stream on the Monday. But technically 5 days in a row. And we're going to be streaming on June 3rd on my birthday for charity. And I need bad tile sets, because that's going to be the incentive. I think it's going to be like every $250, or with a minimum time of 1 hour per tile set, we'll swap the tile set out. So once an hour. And I need to just come up with, like, a list. I'm not going to use the exact same list as last time. Probably set so that it's a maximum of, like, 10 hours or something reasonable. Should literally be a 5th bottle for when people post more beers, maybe. I don't know. Nobody has made a tile set of just emojis. There is an outdated one of my emotes that Belug made for last year, but I kind of want to swap that one out. I don't want to use the same ones as last year. That's no fun. But Stone was drawing one using their mouse, which is pretty good. So to those of you who claim that it's really difficult to make a tile set, well, Stone drew this tile set with a mouse in a couple of minutes, and it actually looks really, really quite nice. I kind of like the... it feels bad to call it crappy, but I really like the kind of simple, like, line art that this looks like. So that's one that we've got. Might even start with that one. But, like, yeah. So it'll be Friday, June 3rd. It'll be my birthday. I just need to figure out what charity I'm actually raising money for this year. And I know I already said this, but I kind of really love the way the walls of text look with this. I think it looks awesome, actually. Like, this is just really good looking. There's something about this. I really like this. I don't know. It's just charming in a way. It's like Notebook Scribbles, the tile set, you know? But yeah, no. So we need to... I need to figure out what charity I'm raising money for. It's like, there's always like Doctors Without Borders, which is kind of the popular, easy one to do. There's Juvenile Diabetes, which is also a good one. I've been raising money for Project Hope for the past few months because they're helping people on the ground in Ukraine, but I might just go back and just do Doctors Without Borders for my birthday one, and then just keep that other one going in the background. Because the Ukraine one's not going anywhere. But, chat, what do you guys think? Should we raise money for Ukraine? Should we just go for Doctors Without Borders? Should we go for Juvenile Diabetes? What do you think? What do you guys think? This is not, like, binding or anything. I'm just curious on your guys' opinion. What do you think we should raise money for on my birthday? One for Juvenile Diabetes? This isn't binding or anything. I'm just trying to make up my mind because I'm kind of torn between all three. They're all good. I'm not doing more than one audio. That doesn't make any sense and makes my life very difficult, so I'm not doing multiples. Doctors Without Borders are okay. Might just do Doctors Without Borders. All right. No diabetes, juvenile diabetes. All right. Well, the thing is, like, we've had the Project Hope one just kind of running in the background for a while, and like, it has we have raised like $1,100 with me like not promoting it at all. So, we're helping there. But the thing about Doctors Without Borders is I am involved in the Hot Potato charity, which is Sui's thing, but like that raises like $100,000 a year, basically. Not quite. Last year was like getting close to $100,000, and wouldn't surprise me if they hit $100,000 for Doctors Without Borders, right? So that happens every November. So I'm involved with that. I don't actually stream for it, but I do help with like under the hood and organizing things. So based on what chat's leaning, I think we'll probably go JDRF. They're good folks over there anyway. But the elves are here to trade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. But thanks for your input, chat. I will Take that into consideration. Probably ask the patrons too. Maybe just do a poll on Patreon even. Between Doctors Without Borders or JDRF. I might do that. Do a poll. Decide what charity we raise money for. Because I'm going to throw some of my money into it too, so. It doesn't really matter to me. I just like raising money for a good cause on my birthday. I will say, I don't like the fact that DWB just looks like the word dab to me. I know what it stands for, but just reading that makes me mad for some silly reason. But noted. Why would I have to do that by Quebec law? I'm not in Quebec, so it doesn't matter. Screw Quebec, screw Quebec and their laws about how you have to say shit. Although, to be fair, Sans Frontiers just sounds like a sequel to Undertale, and that's not good for anybody. Mostly because it's funny. As a Quebecer, fuck that law. As a Quebecer, I think it's fair to say that. Or as a Canadian, I could see why it would be fair to say that. The majority of the French I know is from reading the back of cereal boxes. Oh, Clino, something interesting. I banished 2 dwarves ages ago to a Hillix, and then I invited them both back today. One of them has been beaten to death for committing crimes, and then the other one's still running around somewhere. Right, this one. Yeah, this one's still running around. Hasn't tantrumed yet, so fingers crossed they don't. But I think it's kind of neat, because they came back, both married. They were both single when I expelled them, and when they can't come back, now they both have wives. Or one has a wife and the other has a husband, which I think is kind of neat. So now just the widowed spouse is now just here because, well, their partner died. I didn't know that that could happen, but apparently they can get married outside of the fort. You think? Orange? You think? This is why I just, like, ignore most Quebec politics, because it just gives me anxiety and makes my brain hurt. Not necessarily in that order. So, like, I've been thinking maybe it's a strategy to keep the population up to just expel a bunch of dwarves and then invite them back, like, that are happy. And then invite them back, like, 30 years later and hope that they're married. So, not that I'm actually going to try it, but someone should. Just realized I screwed this up. It's fine. Clothes making demonstration, and you're doing it alone. Everyone gets invited back for the 400th. Yeah, well, I mean, they got to come back for the, like, Longdeath celebrations. The problem is if they're in the list of merchants that are alive in a hill fort, they are not removed from the list if they die of old age. So if you request a dwarf back who's died of old age, they show up as a corpse. They do come back, but they just ship the body back. I guess that's like exhuming a corpse and like requesting it be delivered back to the family or something like that. Which is kind of a messy thought, if you think about it. For more than like 10 seconds. I don't know how that's nice, but okay. You're just like, yeah, that's cool. I don't know about that. You just always wanted to be buried back in the home fort? Okay, if you put it that way, fair, but still. You know, every now and again, somebody turns on a stream on Twitch, and I'm like, who the fuck are you? Weird. There's a couple people streaming in my following list right now, and I have no idea who they are. Absolutely no idea who they are. It's a combination of username changes and then just people who haven't streamed in like 7 years. But usually, like, if it's someone who hasn't streamed in a really long time, I'll open up their stream and be like, okay, yeah, I do know you. Even though I haven't seen them in forever, you know? But it's not necessarily accurate. Because I sometimes just like open it up and be like, okay, I don't recognize the sound of your voice. You don't look familiar. Like sometimes I'll open up a stream and be like, oh, well, I recognize you. Like you look familiar. But like I more and more often now will just like, not only do I not even know you, but you don't even look vaguely familiar. Like if I look at a picture of somebody or like their live stream and be like, oh, you look vaguely familiar, that's one thing. But if it's like, I have no idea, then it's just a mess. All right. How are you doing? Anxious. At least you're happy about everything else. Crushed stuff and he didn't like that. How's radio doing? Interested. Giddy! Well, I mean, you are a tavern keeper. Maybe I should make you into a musician or a bard. You can perform more. You want to practice some martial arts. You want to practice a craft. Stone crafting and weaving. Yeah, if you have questions about the fortress, Lauren, let me know. But long story short, I've been running this same fortress since August 2020. Which means we're getting close to 2 years of me streaming too much of this fortress. Somehow people still watch me. We've made it this far. The kind of incredible thing, though, is we only have 75 years to go until we get to the point that Archcrystal stopped updating. Archcrystal was retired at year 500, but the last forum post update for Arch Crystal was year 470. So we are damn close to matching Arch Crystal. Only about half a year, I would say, of real time. But, you know, to those of you who like checking in with Longdeath and passively witnessing this broadcast, I just want to say thank you, you know, for tuning in, watching, saying hi. To those of you who support this stream in any other way, thank you for letting me have this job. I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for you guys. So cheers. You guys permit me to have this job. And for keeping us at Pi subscribers. Pi subscribers are important. Burr! Yes, burr. I think Stone wants a round of beers or burrs. It's up to you. Not mandatory. Consider it optional. But, trying to figure out how to do this. I think, what day is it, right? We're in mid-spring, the 1st of Slate. I think that's probably a good spot to save. Because we did one. Well, I mean, we could almost get up to 2 years. Because, like, we did the 1 year and then the 2nd year. So I guess, like, if we can make it up to... I don't know, chat. What do you guys feel like? Should we try and make it up to 2 years for today, which means get it up to the middle of summer or the end of summer? Late summer, so trade with the humans and all that? Or should we call it here and then go try out World Seed? What do you think? What would you guys prefer? A little bit more dwarfs or jump over to World Seed? Because chat's a little lurky right now, which is why that and I need to go get lunch at some point. And I'm getting kind of... So how are we feeling? Jump over to new game? One for jump over? Maybe. Let's see what other people think. Give it a minute. Healthy servant of DF, and I need a healthy servant of Sandwich! For lunch, I pre-made all my sandwiches. I have 3 cheese, tomato, homegrown. Chad, I think our king is Satan. I have 3 whole wheat bread, tomato, avocado, red onion, cheese sandwiches with lettuce and kale. My garden. I have 3 of them. I get 1 today, 1 tomorrow, 1 the day after for each stream. But I think our king is Satan. 666 owned objects. So, but you want 2 crutches and you want 3 low boots. Low boot, 3 crutch. What was it? 1 or 3? 2. But I think that's it for dwarfs for the day. So we're just gonna save right there with all those jobs pre-signed up. And we'll probably play this fort again next week, because tomorrow we're going to be doing Crimson Pulley stuff. So, yeah, we're not done with the stream. Stream's going to go probably, for looking at the clock, we're 8 hours in. Probably at least another 4. At least another 4 hours. There's a couple of games we can play tonight, but the game that I want to try is a game called World Seed, which is a free-to-try light MMO made by one person, which is just a combination of words that's way too interesting to me to not try it. So I bought it the other day, and we're going to try it out. Aside from that, there's a few other things we could do. But I'm going to go to lunch first, which will take me about 10 minutes. So if now's the time that you want to head out, there's a link to the YouTube channel where you could go watch all of these VODs, or more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, or other things that I've done in the past. And if you want to support the work that I do directly, there's a link to the Patreon, where that's how I actually pay bills around here. Although currently I need about another, I think it's about $15 worth of bits or tips or gifted subs to break even today, because I bought a stylus for this fucker